filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hello, this is Harry Locker at Guthrie Livestock Auction, reminding you of our upcoming special cattle sale this Monday, January 26th, starting time at 12 o'clock. We're expecting around 17 to 1,800 head of farm fresh calves, with all being weaned and vaccinated. We'll be featuring 225 black and black white faced steers and heifers at $650 to $8.25 from Kapaska Family, 220 black and black white faced steers and heifers at $700 to $1,025 from Hamilton Brothers, 185 black and black white faced steers and heifers, 700 to 850 pounds from Halverson Cattle, 160 black and black white faced steers and heifers at 700 to 900 pounds from John Hedges, 135 black and red heifers at $550 to $675 from Joe Radke, 100 black and Charolais steers and heifers at $675 to $925 from Landguard Farms, 95 black steers at $550 to $750 from Schwartz Farms, with 75 black steers from Lundy, 60 black heifers from Howell, 55 from Moran, 50 from Beetler, 45 from Walls, 40 from Kirk, 38 from Kennebec, 35 from Durst, 23 from Hayes, 21 from Hefker, 20 from Pierce, 18 from Carson Brothers, 11 from Madrid, and several more calves. Sale time. So don't miss a special cattle sale this Monday, January 26th at Guthrie Livestock Auction in Guthrie Center, Iowa. Also, you can bid online at lmaauctions.com.
Regular size loaves of bread may be too much of a good thing if you're single, a young couple just starting out, or an empty nester. Now, thanks to Village Hearth Half Loaves, you can have just the right amount of fresh, delicious bread for toast and your favorite sandwiches. Village Hearth Half Loaves come in 5 flavorful varieties, including Dakota-style 12-grain, honey wheat, and premium white. You're sure to find the one that's just right. Village Hearth Half Loaves, the perfect size for 1 or 2.
Hey friends, your neighbors need you. During the Christmas season, we remind you how important it is to shop local. Now Christmas is over, and our local businesses are still opening their doors. Because here's the truth we don't say out loud enough. Shopping local isn't a slogan around here, it's survival.
In communities across southwest Iowa, our local businesses are the ones sponsoring ball teams, backing FFA and 4-H, buying yearbook ads, keeping the lights on at the radio station, and showing up when a family hits hard times.
They're the ones who hire our kids for their first jobs and quietly help when someone's world falls apart. Big box stores don't feel a slow month. Local owners do.
When you buy local, you're not just making a purchase, you're keeping a town alive. You're helping pay a bill, fix a truck, fund a scholarship, or keep a dream breathing another month. This place doesn't stay alive by accident. It stays alive because we choose it.
So after Christmas, don't just shop local. Build local, because your town, it's worth it.
Here at Better Equipment, your local Case IH dealer, we want you to put the very best into your machine so you can get the very best out of your machine. Choose to use Case IH genuine parts. Only Case IH genuine parts are specifically engineered to fit and function perfectly with your Case IH equipment. They deliver the performance your business demands while giving you the durability your schedule depends on. So when you want to maximize your performance, go with the original Case IH genuine parts. To find Case IH genuine parts, visit Better Equipment, your Case IH dealer in Audubon.
KSOM Country Weather.
Here's your updated forecast from the KSOM and KS 95.7 Weather Center. Slight chance of snow today. Otherwise, cloudy skies expected. High temperatures reach up to 6 above. Winds out of the southeast, 5 to 10 miles per hour. Cloudy skies expected again tonight. Slight chance for snow. Lows level off around 3 below. High temperatures reach up to 15 tomorrow. Sunshine mixed with clouds at times. Sunny skies and dry, Monday and Tuesday, upper teens, Monday, upper 20s by Tuesday. Take a look at the extended forecast, 26, Wednesday, 21, Thursday, and 22 on Friday. A dusting of snow today. I'm meteorologist Paul Trombley, and that's your updated forecast from Southwest Iowa's weather source. Right now, 2 below.
Hanging out with the Fits.
CT40, baby.
Pickup truck aficionado.
Hey, Chris, tell me something. Oh, no, I was wondering something. Do you hear the music now? Okay, just wondering for button reasons.
back. One there, 2, 10, please, center it up. Going good. $19 to be purple and white. Looks like polka dots. They're actually diamonds. And Gooseman able to shove Johnson and get the takedown to the black flag. And pinned him. So the pin comes in 50 seconds. Again for Gooseman. So Johnson's tournament is over with its double elimination. So a loss in the consolation round means you're done. Right now, it's 7-0. Rammer on top of Cooper. Now, another consolation round match. Get 150 Van Blizzard in Centerville against Noah Goodman of Tri-Center. 106 is going on across the street at the high school gymnasium. And after the second round consi game matches, they will have semifinals here in the activity center, and all the consolation will go to the high school gym later this morning through the midday. And then after that round, after the semifinals are completed, and everything else will be here in the activity center this afternoon. Rammer with a 7-0 lead for Preston over Cooper. Reminder, we'll be doing radio reports on KSOM and KS95 this morning, and when the Iverson Cyclones take over on KSOM at 1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock Cyclone pregame will go exclusively on KS95 the rest of the day. So as we go along the video, I'll be getting clues when I go on the radio, and then I'll be doing kind of recaps on the radio, recapping all the action. You'll still be able to see the video all throughout that here on YouTube. And a takedown for Rammer, for Goodwin. Excuse me, Blizzard. I got that takedown. He takes a 4-3 lead. I'm sorry. Looks like track wrestling is a little behind. 4-3 and out escape by Goodwin at 4. Rammer, meanwhile, well in hand over Cooper. 10-0 over on that one. Time running down to the first period here between Goodwin and Blizzard. On the flip, it's Blizzard who wins, and he's got option. And they're going to go neutral. Here's the pin for Brantford. And there they come at 3:27, I believe, for Brantford. Off the second, but Rammer with the win. So Brammer against Gooseman in the next round in the conseats. It cannot be over in the high school gym. So up next, now what? David Ball. Now Rayner on the air against Austin Panorama. On deck now one. Jose Allen. President. And 150 New York. Tri-Center New York. In the home now one. Second is built at 11-4 lead. Gabe Cotton, Lennox. In the home, Matt Q. Glenn Hayes, Rangers. Nathan Stewart, Ray over Hugh. Ray, Meadow, Redo over Hughes of Florinda. Now 106. Benjamin Engel of Peterson is meeting Atlee Aaron of Central Decatur 13-0. Each is final. Hanson of Panorama 106 won by fall is 307. Also 106 Weston Adams of Mount Air against Angel Gomez Perez and Cardiff for the later. Luzic leads 11-4, now 15-4. It's like track wrestling, just a tad behind what's going on here. But track wrestling also provides me with Hanson the impacts easily, readily. I haven't adapted to the program of flow wrestling. There's a reversal, my goodness. Makes it 15-6, but he's running out of time here in the third period. Looks like Wagner of Panorama got the win over Rayner. You can tell me maybe Charlie and Nichols. Now looks like Judy North for Tri-Center will go off against Jose Avila and Boston. That's at 157 pounds. This is consolation round match. 15-6. The lead here for Blizzard Centerville. On the deck, right and one. Wagner Nelson, 155. Dan Kaufman, Lennox. With the hole. Matt one. Wagner will face the winner of this match between Goodman and Blizzard at a 15-6 lead. Avila gets the early takedown of Preston on that one. And he wants 3-3. In the hole, man. Avila, the winner set, is a winner of 106. He wins by tech fall. Gomez Perez Clark leading Adams of Mount Air in the high school journey 8-7. To an hour second period. An escape for Blizzard, and he's up 16-6 now. Blizzard's going to look like add to his lead, and he does, and it's 19-6. It looks like it'll be a major decision win for Blizzard. So the 150-pound consolation round is set. Rayner and Gooseman, Wagner and Blizzard, the winners there. Avila with a 3-1 lead over York. Now 6-1. So 2 takedowns for Avila. Trying to turn York to his back, and York refusing to budge. Lane Stringer of ACGC will go up against Tucker of Winterset on that 2. Braden Tucker, 15-9 with four slingers. Sophomore loves an ace. Wins in the consolation round, you get points. Stringer nearly got him down, and now does. Tucker holding up into a ball. And Stringer, now Tucker trying to stay it up. Cradle him over. There's near fall points. And he got him. What a great move. Stringer, the head was up for Tucker, and Stringer was able just to move his arms a little bit and slid in and got the pin on Tucker. Didn't see the time. They took the time out pretty quick, but it was very fast. Yeah, or Stringer. All that clear. Get kind of material out of here. Good ball. I'm at everything just down there. One there in Riverside. This is 16 from Hawaii. Big 90 elements. Very well. Very well. And two. Like, one. Short of senior Richie and Larry, also price for the 13 20. There's a takedown for Stewart. And a technical ball win for Avila. He wins 17-1. The time on Stringer's pin was 42 seconds. And Stewart with a 3-0 lead on Amos. And Gunner gets the escape. Up next on that one. Matthew Nelson from Conway Valley against Hoffman of Lennox. Beat Hoffman of Lennox. Amos get around here. On that, but Stewart still has the grip. That's Amos out of bounds, and now he yes, he gets the 3. Oh, man. And Amos takes a 4-3 lead. In the ball, man. 20. On the road. Now, under 500 here, so it's really so Stewart is a senior, but Amos now doing a good job of using his arm to put Stewart's head down and keep it down. But they're getting close to being out of bounds. Still no advantage over an outboard for either Nelson or Compton. Nelson, out of his other 25 and 19 is senior, but it's 12 and 20 a junior for Lennox. Stewart tried to fire out before the clock ended and could not get the escape, and Amos holds a 4-3 lead going to the second period. And they blow the whistle on that one. Herring of Riverside wanted 106 pounds. It's by Tech Fall over Jones of Griswold. We're updating you on now Amos has Stewart in trouble. Stewart trying to hang on and Gunner trying to finish the job here. He's got near fall points in the bag after the takedown. You gonna try again? Nope. His other side. Amos working hard. Stewart hanging on for dear life, and that ends the chance there. He gets 4 points, though, and leads 10-3. Nelson and Coppin scoreless in that opening period as they go to the second. Now Amos and Stewart go out of bounds. This is consolation round, attention. Semifinals are scheduled to start at 11:30. Well, Coppin has a chance here. He didn't get the three yet. Or he's right in the house. Yes, you start the period. Well, ooh. Well, he almost had the cradle set up that time. Hoffman still has, well, he's losing his grip. Hoffman still has a leg, but he's got to get him down now. There could be a stall. Yeah, there's a stall warning. He couldn't get him down, and now he's in danger of being reversed. Blood time for Amos, meanwhile for Griswold, up 10-4. Nothing yet for Nelson. Hoffman losing his grip, and there it is. The 2 on the reversal for Nelson. And now he's trying to finish off Kaufman. He got near fall points, backed off a little bit, and now shoving his way forward. That'll do it. Yeah, right there. That one little twitch, that did it. 3:16. The time of the pin for Nelson. Sometimes I find they might push you a second over. And the clock showed 44 seconds left. So, right, adjusted a second or two. That's the way it is. Amos trying to finish on Stewart now after blood time is over. Amos got up strong. Oh, so he got lost of the leg. Lost the leg. That's what I'm trying to say. Angel Martinez of ACGC now against Max Shano of Riverside on map 1. And Martinez with the early takedown. This is at 165. Collier of Mount Air defeated De Leon of Red Oak. Adams is 06. Adams of Mount Air. One ball at 113. Over Gomez. Perez. One day, this is Alan Sullivan. By Paul Collier from Mount Air. Games 113. In the hole, down one. Brandon Carlson. So it's 18-4. We have blood time again between Amos and Steve. Martinez trying to hang on here. And he got 3 more. So Angel Martinez takes a 6-4 lead. About 4 minutes, give or take. Till we go on the radio here. This is consolation round. Semi-finals. In about an hour. Start the third period between Amos and Stewart. This match is taking a little long. They've had a couple of blood times. Big lead for Amos. Stewart trying to get around on Amos. Amos, though, shoves hard, gets the takedown, and has him on his back. Can Amos finish him off? That was just a sign of strength and leverage by Amos. Gunner's got the wing. Ooh. Stewart trying to shove back. And now they blew the whistle. Did they get the pin? Yeah, the pin was, I didn't even hear the whistle for the pin. So it was 4:43. I didn't hear whistles in my sleep, but I just didn't hear them all day long. Amos gets the pin at 4:43. Martinez up 6-2 on Shanna at 165. So the consolation next round is set of Gila against Stringer, Amos against Nelson at 157. An escape for Shanna at 6-3 now. Now on man two, Mason Allen central again. They take care of Trace Allen, Bull Valley, Allen versus Allen. They're both win. Big Reds on the back. That's Grayson Allen. Mason Allen riding up top in the all red with no logo. Chano's got a leg on Martinez. Trying to tie it up. Coming to the near center. Now they go along. Mason Allen. It's Grayson Allen. Down. He momentarily had him in trouble, but Grayson holding on. Grayson trying to reach back across. Mason still in command though there. Shannon and Martinez. Martinez goes around and slides, grabs a leg on the shoot. Got to get him down. Chano is hobbling. Martinez still only has one leg. He needs them both. Nope, he let go. A shot. And it's three. That shot. Counter move by Max Shano. Martinez trying to get up, and Shano gets him back down. We're tied at 6. 15 seconds left in the second. Shano just got to ride him out here. I want to give up Martinez. Now he's got him on his back. He's got ball points. Going for the pin, but it's maybe too late. Yep, too late. But he got to work. Shano leads 10-6. Grayson Allen trying to turn away, and he got 2 from the official. He was trailing 7-0. They gave him the reversal. They gave it to the wrong person, I think. Martinez starts down in the third period. Shano flags him to the top of the map. Give that 2 to Mason Allen. I'm not sure. My apologies, but there's a birthday. Never saw one. Mason Allen quickly on Grayson Allen. Can he face the man? Look. Oh, Martinez slips away. He's going for the reversal. He's got a leg, and there it is. The lead is cut to 10-8. Gave the points to the wrong person. They figured it out. And Mason Allen wins. It's check fall or fall, but Allen over Allen. Now what? We have to the skate works. And now Shano attacks Beckham. Gets the 3. On that attitude. We are now a minute away from Brilliant. Gallup here. And Simon. Oh, attitude. We're not going to yeah. That's now open. Hey, Schwartz, you're great. It's still been 2. And Schwartz looks like he's set for a quick pin. 19 seconds. Congratulations, Lady Schwartz and Rama, for your 100th win. That's his 100th win. Lady Schwartz. Everybody should have been tapped out here talking to you today. One of the best guys. Good morning. Here on KSOM, KS95 320, Martin State at the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament. How are you doing today? A little snow outside. It's winter in Iowa, but it's heating up here in the gym at Southwest Valley. It's the semifinals will be living today. Coming up later on this afternoon at 1 o'clock, we will go exclusively on KS95 when Iowa State takes over. They push the start time up a little bit at Oklahoma State. So 1 o'clock tip-off, or 1 o'clock pregame with a Cyclone pregame on KSOM, and a 2 o'clock tip-off. That's on KSOM, so we'll be exclusive on our fans. We're underway in the consolation round here in all weight classes, still on two different gyms. The high school gym across the street doing the lighter weights and the heavier weights, 150 and up, here in the activity center. We'll recap what we have going on so far. Our coverage here at the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament is presented to you by Lyman Ag Supply. We thank Lee Sadoff for his support of high school wrestling. And Braxton Haas, State Farm Insurance Agent in Atlanta. We're back with Wrestling Action in a minute here on KSOM KS95.
Did you know that Mexican food is considered to be healthy?
What? How do you figure?
Almost every dish has vegetables. Salsa, all vegetables. Guacamole, avocados, and corn tortillas. They're naturally gluten-free.
Okay, I get it. Tacos, lettuce and tomato. So Rancho Grande for dinner?
Race it to the car.
Add more vegetables to your diet at Rancho Grande in Atlantic. And then you can indulge in a guilt-free margarita, imported beer, or dessert. Choose a healthier option at Rancho Grande. Open 7 days a week.
Anita Supply Center is here for you. From the big jobs to the small tasks, we're here to help. Hi, this is Kim with a reminder of our hours, so when you need our help, we're here. Anita Supply Center is open Monday through Fridays, 7 to 5, and Saturdays, 8 until noon. We're here 6 days a week for all your building, landscaping, how-to projects, repairs, and more. We offer free in-home measurements, free estimates, and can help you put your ideas together. Anita Supply Center is open 6 days a week for all your home improvement and building needs.
I look to the future, maybe way too much. It's Elvis Haas, but Braxton Haas is on the mat later on in the semifinals for Atlantic. But little Freudian slip there. But anyway, we're rolling right along here. Let's update you on what action is going on. First at 150 pounds. These are consolation round matches. Colby Grammer of Creston defeated Carson Cooper of Southwest Valley by fall at 327. David Gusten of Red Oak over Mason Johnson of Nottoway Valley by fall at 50 seconds. Also, Wagner of Panorama, Austin Wagner, wins by fall over Raymer of Mount Air at 155. Lessig of Centerville wins by major decision 19-6 over Noah Goodwin. Tri-Center. Those are consolation rounds at 150. Consolation rounds at 157. Jose Avila of Preston defeated Judy York of Tri-Center by tech ball. Lane Stringer of ACGC did a pin in 42 seconds over Braden Tucker of Intersect. Gunnar Amos of Griswold wins by fall at 443 over Stewart of Mount Air. Matthew Nelson of Nottoway Valley defeated Caleb Hoffman of Lennox by fall at 316. That's at 157. 165, Max Shano of Riverside defeated Angel Martinez of ACGC 27-11. Nathan Allen of Central Decatur defeated Drayson Allen of Missouri Valley. I did not see the final score on that. It was, I think, the fall. I'm trying to get the time. We'll have to get that time later on. But Blake Schwartz of Panorama hit Tillman of Florinda in 19 seconds. That's what the updates we have here. At 165, there's now moving on to 175. So we'll get the other results at 165 when they cross. Well, Drevin Smith of Atlantic actually did get the win by fall of 145 over Briner of Mount Air. So Smith where Atlantic moves on in the consolation round. Atlantic has 97 points ahead of Riverside, 90 points in the team standings. We'll take another break and back with more wrestling of the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament here on KSOM KS 95.
Stein delivers more new genetics faster. Our focus on delivering higher yielding genetics faster than the competition is why we have released more new Enlist E3 lines in the past 5 years than any other seed company. For elite genetics paired with simple, flexible, and effective weed control, plant Stein Enlist E3 soybeans. Stein has yield. 45 years of yield. Learn more at steinseed.com.
For more information, contact Trey Bricks at 712-249-2503.
When it comes to your investments, I know you have a choice. Hi, I'm Mark Smith, a certified financial planner and registered investment advisor with Principal Financial Group. Today, I want to say thank you, Southwest Iowa. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to serve the community for 39 years. Over the years, you've given me the opportunity to get to know you and your family. Thank you for your trust, your confidence, and most of all, your relationship. If I can help you with your financial plan, please give me a call at 712-243-2466. Mark Smith, Principal Financial in Atlantic.
Pettigrew of Preston wins by 4. Selection round 75 by 331 over Kluver of Atlantic. Let's update the consolation rounds across the street at 106 pounds. It's Hanson of Panorama. He wins by fall of 307 over Cabin of Bedford. Abield of Winterset wins by tech fall over Aaron of Central Decatur. Weston Adams of Mount Air wins by fall over Gomez Ferrer of Clark at 103. And Clint Herring of Riverside defeated Slayton Jones of Griswold by tech fall. As they move on in the consolation round. At 113 is Collier of Mount Air defeating De Leon T of Leto by fall of 113. Maximus Applegate of Riverside wins by fall over Bartolini of Low Valley at 522. Eden Falks of Central Decatur defeated Stevenson of ACTC 13-6. Atlantic, Tennessee wins by fall of 138 over taking Colton of Nottoway Valley. Trayton Colton of Nottoway Valley. At 120, Cliff of Bow Valley defeated Riley Becker of Cam by fall of 122. Gold of Bedford had a bye. Jackson Ray of Red Oak, he won. He won by medical default over Hughes of Florinda. And he's into the next round over Max Danker of Riverside, who had a bye. So there you have it. That's 120 pounds. And that brings us up to 126. We're up to we're up to 175, 180, 190, should I say, in here at the Activity Center. So we'll keep you posted on the action here. The consolation around the semifinals are scheduled to begin in about an hour or so. Our coverage of the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament is marketed and backed by Conductive Software, our Messina Telephone by FNP, Virtual Communication, State Bank, Lowe's Gelding, Friendly Supplies, Lucky's Pump Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical Entrenching, Hyman's Partners, Hooper Operating, Insurance, Seed Pros, and Atlantic Ag and Auto, and represented to you by Lyman Ag Supply. Chris Varney at the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament on KSOM and KS 95.
Need expert excavation work done right? Call Harrison Hoyt Excavation, your local pros in site prep, grading, and land work. From homes to driveways, landscaping to construction, we handle it all with safety, precision, and modern equipment. Storm damage? We're ready for emergency excavation when you need us most. Based right here in Atlantic, Iowa, we proudly serve our community and surrounding counties, on time and on budget. Call Harrison Hoyt Excavation today at 712-249-5137 or email harrison@hchexcavation.com.
Make sure you're getting the best coverage for you at the most competitive rate. Hi, this is Nick Carnes with Brocker Carnes & Carnes. We are an independent insurance agency that offers coverage for your home, auto, life, farm, and everything in between. But mostly we are here to help. As an independent agency, we can shop around for the best rates and coverages from multiple companies. Stop by one of our offices or go to brockercarnes.com for a quote on your insurance. Let Brocker Carnes & Carnes help you get the best coverage at a competitive rate.
.132 going out across the street, 190 here. Nolte of ACGC has a 3-0 lead. They got blood time for Nolte. That's on match number 2. Nolte against Wolford. And Rogoff of Clark gets the takedown of the first period. They start the second period. No problem. 3-0. Takedown from Scott. Makes it 6-0 lead. Nolte riding on his man. Chip at the moment, but working. In action, but working. Although sometimes wrestling, I would say, is subtle action. You don't think there's action, but there really is. Oh, there's a good move, and there's a pin for Brokaw. He just used strength, and the pin is at 256. So Brokaw is on. Relation Griffin Webster was fine. He hit freshman. So Wetzel on the record. It's nothing. Nolte. There goes out. Fun. That's number one. A circle under the record. Right now Wetzel wins it. And he gets the 3. No, man. Griffin, the believe younger brother of David Wetzel. You'll see him there in the semifinals with Southwest Valley. Cody Konechny, the head coach for the Timberwolves, he was determined to get somebody on the podium this year. They did not last year. Gavin Wetzel is definitely the favorite in his weight class. In 75. The top seed in the whole game. Hard now on Larson. On that, right now, they're stuck in slow motion on map 2 with Nolte and Wolford. Right. Nolte really doing a good job of riding them out right now. Wolford underneath hook there by Nolte. Now he's got him on his back. With the wing. He got 4 near fall points right at the end of the period. 10-0, Nolte with the lead. All right, start the second they blew the whistle on a stalemate and back to the center with Wetzel riding on Larson. Larson's doing a good job of hanging in there. Wetzel nearly got near fall points earlier on. That's going to be the end of the first period there. Wetzel with a 3-0 lead. Nolte leading 10-0. And he starts the third period on top. Potentially dangerous move there, so they blow the whistle. And they start neutral in the second period here between Wetzel and Larson. Well, that was a mistake by Larson. Wetzel was able to get around him and get the three. Now he lost control of him, and Larson gets the 1-point escape. The takedowns are now 3 points. I think last year was the first year that happened. And takedowns are a premium, and another one for Nolte. More points for Nolte. He's now up 14-0. Allen wanted to shoot. He broke the grip, and it made him. Wetzel made him pay. If you're going to shoot, you got to commit all the way. Larson's only a freshman, so he'll learn. 9-1. Griffin Wetzel with the lead for Southwest Valley. Nolte in full command with a minute to go. Yeah. 20 seconds left for Wetzel in the second period. And Nolte, I think his mind had gassed Wolford. Nolte has been riding him most of this match. Nolte's now going for the pin, trying to cradle him up, but Wolford slips out of it back to his stomach. An escape for Larson, so he's still fighting. 9-2 as they go to the third. Larson hanging in there. And Nolte about to finish off his major decision win with 5 seconds left. 18-0 Nolte with the win. 130. Key of Preston had a bye. Punt of Central Decatur had a 3-0 over Fitzgerald of Lennox. Hart of Centerville and a tech ball win over Olson of Tri-Center. And also 132, Martin of Mount Air defeated Waddle of Southwest Valley 17-3. 17-13, excuse me. Advantage up on that. And Stevie of Nottoway Valley wins by ball at 110 over Medford. Who will roll right in the next round. All wins for semifinals will be in the activity center. So let's get all ways for the third round high school next round. So they're up to 1-2. One more matches in the roll it against third round on three star. High school down in the ranks. They're up to Jared Flash with Flowers and John Brady. And Washington goodness against Caleb Prescott on mat 2. Smith. This is at 2:15. Smith with a 3-0 lead. And Griffin Wetzel ends his match 12-2. A major decision for Wetzel. On deck number one, the Wolves. Man, John Rouse, tournament. Prescott comes back and escape on a takedown, and Prescott. Raphael Silva. Thanks, Wilbur, thanks, and Flavors. Hagan at the fall at 5:05 at 138. Play kicker. Smith is really taking control of this match. Warner Prescott. Smith. Get down here, ball. And now he got reversed again. 6. This is Williams, the extra one. The one that you headed for and cheated on, making it Dario Salas apart. 3-0. And around the year, about 90 seconds. For an air ball for Smith. Play the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament on KSOM, KS95. Coverage is 17 by lineman and supply. One long summation round. We're up to 215 pounds. So the semifinal. They were scheduled to begin at 11:30, but looks like they might begin a little earlier than that. Let's take a look at some of the action here in the activity center. 165 pounds was Max Shano. Rex is the lighter weight. Max Shano of Riverside defeated Angel Martinez 27-11. We'll face Mason Allen of Gold Valley and one ball for Grayson Allen of Central Decatur by Tech Fall. Mason Allen of Central Decatur wins over Drayson Allen of Missouri Valley. 2 Allens there. So get them straight here. Mason Allen wins by Tech Fall. Blake, that was corrected again. Blake Schwartz got his 100th career victory for Panorama in the consolation round. He got a pin over Tillman of Corinda in 19 seconds. And also Atlantic's Drebin Smith, it's a win by fall of 145 over Reiner of Mount Air. That's at 165 pounds. We will update you on what's going on at 175, 190, 215. We'll get you updates of what's happening across the street. We're back in 1 minute here on KSOM.
What's it mean to be in good hands? It means you get an expert agent who's in it for the long haul. We'll get to know you and be there for you as your coverage needs change. I'm Craig Hummel at Hummel Insurance Services, and we work with Allstate Insurance. Let us help you choose the right amount of protection to meet your needs and see for yourself what it means to be in good hands. Call Hummel Insurance Services or stop in anytime.
Cass Health in Atlantic, Iowa is a nationally recognized hospital, and we are proud of the awards and all of our recent accomplishments. But do you know what drives us to be the very best? You. We're passionate about helping our patients heal and feel their very best at any age and any stage of life. Cass Health, neighbors caring for neighbors.
£75 consolation nomination for Stu Prices defeated for match from Galloway County. Jared Francis face Jackson Pettigrew of Preston. Cannon Kluger winning by fall at 321. There's Johnson and by Riverside in by fall at 451 over Brent Hooper again. And Noah Cox of Bow Valley defeated Slump of Florinda by fall in 21 seconds. That's at 175 pounds. 190 pounds. Brokaw of Clark wins by fall of 256 over Vernon of Central Decatur. It's Max Parrish of Lennox, winning by fall of Decker of Cam in 56 seconds. That's Oliver Becker of Ken. Rippenwetzel of Southwest Valley defeated Larson of Bow Valley by major decision 12-2. Morgan over here, CTC, Wolford, Michael Wolford of Preston, 14-0. At 215 pounds, Lonnie Smith of Griswold just won by Texall 23-8. Over Prescott of Panorama. Christie Tater leads over Playround. Placed by fall 29 seconds. That's at 200 feet. See if there was a 215. Smith is the first thing. So we saw a couple of other areas. After the Bella meets James Kilson. There you go. You're up to here. Nicholson and Preston as you buy in the consolation race. On the section, 1 minute break and end of the series. Tell you about what's happening across the street at the high school gym in the lighter weight. We're up to heavyweight and consolation round. The select bottles will start soon. Back after this on KSOM KS95.
Who can you trust to treat you fair and get you back on the road? J.D. Wyman Service.
Winterset beat Brown of Lennox at 339. Shaper Panorama win over Bears of Bedford at 229. At under 32 pounds, Key of Preston had a bye. It was Hunt at Central Decatur defeated Fitzgerald of Lennox 3-0. Heart of Centerville over Tucker Olson of Tri Center by tech ball. At 138, Landon Hagan of Atlantic wins by fall over Eric West of Southwest Valley 505. Kean Stevie of Nottoway Valley wins by fall over Lane, Supringer of Bedford at 110. Ty Ganser of ACTC wins by fall over Van Scoy of Red Oak at 317. And Hayden of Panorama wins 12-7 over Hirsch of Winterset. And finally, at 124, Brody Crozier of Southwest Valley wins by fall at 443 over Gladman of Bedford. Jensen of Winterset wins by fall over Wilson Griswold and 103. Clinton Wilson Spellers of Kristen winning by tech fall over Clark of Centerville and Calhoun of Can. Payson Calhoun wins by fall of 1 minute over Stack Lennox. And heavyweight, I know I saw Woolsey for Atlantic win by Ray on at 120 for Bedford. Still alive. And we are underway in the Southern Final. We're watching next hour. Once again, our reports brought to you by Lyman Ag Supply. Chris Vonnie of the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament on KSOM and KS95. Van Horn of Atlantic, Larry Johnson of Nottoway Valley. That team rated up. Van Horn trying to break. It's always funny when you see the heavyweights and suddenly you look up and you see the lightweights. You go from heavyweight to lightweight in a blink of an eye, and it messes with your eyes. Ray Picture Graves of Corinda keeps saying of Missouri Valley 7-0. That is potential upset. Husing is rated number 5, 106 pounds. Husing is dangerous spot there. Graves getting nearfall. He's up to a 10-0 win. So an upset in the making there. Nelson, who is ranked 4th, 1A. Van Horn, each wrestler for Atlantic are in the semifinals. 4 for not only Valley. 7. ACT 30-72, Villa 4 with 60-7. Atlantic looking to go back to back here in the John Jay. Well, Busing has turned things around, but he's in a big hole. Right now, Graves is in trouble. Busing has to go for the pin. And Graves holding on, and then Graves turns the table. And now Busing is back, and now Graves in deep trouble. 325 for Busing. He was down at one point, down 12. He was down 12-2. Might have been down 12-0. Wow. What a comeback for Hunter Busing, and that is wrestling. You're never out. It's till you're out. Oh, my God. So Hunter Busing, the top seed of 106, advances to the finals. License. Short Bob Silver, Big Rob 13. These are all smart. Lay down the door. Shenandoah against Sebastian Brooks for dinner set. Brooks, 27-4 per hand. That's 29-4. 2-week transfer down. Takes the airline 3-0 lead. Also running Van Horn, but Van Horn turns the tables. And Van Horn gets the 2 reversal. And for Woods comes at 32 seconds. Brooks, huge. Sebastian Brooks with the win. Well, Van Horn now trailing 3-2 and starting to ride Nelson. Dayton Van Horn, 34-11, a junior coming in. He had a bye. And then beat Benjamin Aiken in winner set by fall at 354. Nelson struggling a little bit. This is, remember, Atlantic 2A, Nottoway Valley 1A. An interesting matchup here. And Horn's doing a heck of a good job right now. He's going to get, I think he's going to get ear call next. Time running out here in the second period. It's like we got blood time. Semi-final started? Yeah, these are semi. The official time is 32 seconds. Houston's ball is 3:26. Harry, what was it? 3, 8, 9. Please. Two, Josh Nelson over Dayton Van Horn, 135, 133. No advantage right now for either. Great slide ball, HTT, he picked up from the speaking is going. Van Horn beating the lead on Nelson. Nelson still has the leg. And Horn still going around. Nelson still going. They're just getting dizzy. Nelson kind of plows into him. Now Nelson reverses direction, trying to sit back on him. Van Horn is sitting up. And there's the three for Van Horn. Van Horn takes the 5-3 lead. 40 seconds left. Nelson tumbles and puts Van Horn, but Van Horn trying to get Nelson to his back. I know Van Horn has to be conservative, but Nelson is working hard to try and get the reversal to tie it up. Van Horn trying to hold on. It was a 1 count for Van Horn, but he doesn't get points. That's it. Dave Van Horn holds out and wins 5-3, and he's pumped up. That's an upset. Nelson ranked 4th in 1A. A sophomore loses to Dayton Van Horn, who's ranked 12th in 2A. And Dayton Van Horn will face Hunter Husing of Missouri Valley in the finals. What a good match for Dayton Van Horn. Takedown for Dayton Van Horn is officially with 47 seconds left. Kibberts intercept leads Slaybaugh ECGC 2-0 on that number 1. And now we start back 2. Egan Farwell of Southwest Valley against Blake Coleman of Panorama. Kibberts leads 2-1 in the third period. Farwell trying to get the early lead. Attacks back. There's trouble now. Hanson won of a consolation round over Abeel. In 7 victory, 5-2. So Hanson of Panorama at 106 moves on to the consolation round. Sam Hanson. Involved against Josh Nelson. Then we're up to 130. Farwell in trouble. Coming down to the wire here. Play by Gibbers. Seven to nothing at the end of the first period. And it's Holman now 2 times 10. 20 seconds left. Slater will make a move. Back one. Then he just gave himself up 4-3. Hibbert is going to win 5-1. It's at 120. The Klein Hibbert's a intercepted. The 2 seed goes into the finals of one. Holman leads. Owen Farwell 7-3. And now starting Kingston's Garrett. The next match will be 1. It's Parsons a freshman against Carson Atlantic. And 26. In the hole, after one. There is the 13. 3-12. In the hole. 7-3 in his back. With the step. Grace. Campbell. Harris. Tied up right now with Carson. Harris needs to make a shot, but Parsons is tied up. Oh, a mistake by Harrison. Parsons gets in behind him. Takes a 3-0 lead. Does he have it yet? He hasn't been singled yet. Harris is fighting back. Nope, it's still neutral. Harris avoids the takedown. A good piece of defense by Harris. It looks like Parsons would have a clear takedown there. Harris does a yank. Harwell still trailing 7-3. They're going to the third period there at 1:13 against Blake Holman of Panorama. Stingy matchup here between two Hawkeye 10 wrestlers. Parsons thought he had maybe a grab of Harris in position, but again, Harris defends. Parsons seems to be the aggressor. Harris trying to get an angle. That's the end of the first period, and there's scoreless. The flip went to Parsons. So I think he deferred. Who's down? Sandra with the pin for Southwest Valley. And it comes at 4:26. What a comeback for Farwell. That's an upset. A mild upset for Deacon Farwell, the 3 seed, knocks out the 2-seeded Blake Holman. Farwell had trailed 7-0. But he comes back and wins by fall at 4:26. He'll face Sebastian Brooks in the finals at 1:13. An escape for Harris, meanwhile, and he leads 1-0 over Parsons. Oh, on map number 2, it's Keaton Schrader of Atlantic against White Mendenhall of Southwest Valley. And Schrader gets the early 3 points. Schrader's the number 1 seed at 120. Mendenhall, a 4 seed. 3 Timberwolves in the semifinal. 8 for Atlantic. And Schrader now afraid of Mendenhall. Mendenhall swinging that leg wildly. And there's the pin in 51 seconds. So Keaton Schrader gets his second win here of the tournament. He's now 37-8, the sophomore, and moves on. Falcus of Central Decatur on 9-6. So Kinsey, this tournament is done. The Falcons will face Holden. Yuki will face their Calgary Applebee's of 113. Right now, Parsons with a 3-1 lead on Harris with 12 seconds left of the second period. Harris trying to get around. Time running out on the period. I saw a count. It was a reversal. No? Well, they gave a 2 count to Parsons. So near ball points for Parsons and Harris trailing 5-1. I should probably Judah Gerwell on either side running against Rich Shano and River Shano 132 in the semi. Parsons starts down here in the third period, but Colin Harris has some work to do. The number 1 seed at 126. One by fall of 24 seconds, one by fall of 21 seconds. Parsons can apply. Only had one match yesterday, one by check ball. Harris trailing 5-1. Out here at 113, one by consolation round, one by check ball. Over Applegate of Riverside. Ganger, this side, one over rating in 28 seconds. This is up against Slaybaugh. It's the truth. There's now trailing 5-1. They go out of bounds on the far side. Aaron Parsons leading Colin Aaron. 15 seconds left. Judah Burwell makes it out against Winterset Shannon. 12-3. 12-4 now. Make it 15-4. You give him the stand there. He's got a lot of months. Well, they didn't give the trades 12-4. And Parsons with the win over Harris 6-1. So that's an upset. Harris is the number 1 seed. And he will go to the consolation round. So Parsons moves on.
Got a leak? A clog? Or maybe it's time for a brand new bathroom. Furnace or AC needs some attention? Or are you interested in floor heating? Call Fikes Plumbing and Services. Your trusted local experts in so many areas is now serving the Greenfield and Atlantic areas. From quick fixes to major renovations, Fikes Plumbing and Services has you covered with fast, friendly, and reliable service. With 30 years of service, Fikes licensed professionals tackle every job with care, ensuring your home stays comfortable and safe. Don't wait. Call Fikes Plumbing and Services today for your HVAC, plumbing, sewer, and septic needs.
When your home or business has been affected by water, fire, smoke, or mold, and you don't know what to do next, We do. From one room to multiple levels, we can do it all while working with you and your insurance company. Service Master by Rice is your local experts for residential and commercial restoration, offering emergency services 24/7, 365. To set up services, call 712-243-5373 with phones answered 24/7. Service Master by Rice serves all of Western Iowa.
He defeats Rex Shano. He was 16-13 coming in. Now 2 decisions getting to the semifinals. He'll go into the consolation round. Kingston Kerrigan with the early ticket over Owen Becerra, Missouri Valley. Kerrigan, a junior, 28-10. Becerra, a junior, 34-11. And an escape by Becerra, so it's 3-1 Kerrigan. And Drew Anderson, the number 1 seed at 138, number 1 ranked at 138, ahead of battling Luke Schroeder of Missouri Valley. He's 32-7. Anderson is 3-1. And his only loss is to a wrestler, I think it was in Nebraska. We are 90 seconds away from going on the radio. This is at 138 for Anderson. The Sarah and Kerrigan is at 126, so they're slightly behind one of the max. 1. 3 for Anderson. Braxton Haas not up that one over Sarah. Exactly. 1 against Jet Christensen of Nottoway Valley. The speed for Schroeder. Schroeder's going. On there, number 1. Yeah, Schroeder said, not away you go. Our Aaron still leads 3-1 now. You got right now in Kerrigan. Anderson going to get 6-1. That's Waller, Lane Morgan, Lane Travis, present. In the hole, that 1. This is 1. Here's my number. Shot from Jackie. Well, side. The ice is like decision. Chris Lonnie here at the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament on KSOM KS95. Our coverage presented to you by Lyman Ag Supply. We're underway in the semifinal round action. We're all the way up to 138 pounds. Drew Anderson of Riverside, ranked number 1 in 1A, has an early 6-1 lead over Luke Schroeder of Missouri Valley. Kingston Kerrigan of Riverside is in the semifinals at 126. One of the maps lagging a little bit behind, but Kerrigan at 126 leads Owen Becerra of Missouri Valley. And Kerrigan, those are a couple of Bulldogs on the mat right now. We will take a break and update you what is going on in the earlier weights at 106 up to this point. We're back after this 1-minute timeout. KSOM KS95.
Hello, I'm Elvis Haas with Elvis Haas State Farm, and we're more than just an insurance agency. We're part of the community, and we hope to soon be part of your family and helping you understand your coverages. We meet with people just like you every day to help prepare them for what life throws at them. Covering your auto, home, farm, business, life, and financial services, we help walk you through everything, and we're here for your support. Stop by our location at 1/2 block west of the courthouse. Check us out at Facebook or call 712-243-4824. Elvis Haas State Farm is there.
Farmers don't choose seeds from a brochure. They choose it from relationships built over time. That's why Lee Satoff with Channel Seeds at Lyman Ag Supply knows he's not just selling seed. He's helping protect your livelihood. From choosing the right products to checking crops through the season and standing with you long after harvest, Lyman Ag is there year after year. Expert guidance, trusted partnership, proven products. And remember, at Lyman Ag Supply, their goal is your profitability. Call Lee, 712-249-4988.
Harrigan both leading their matches 7-1. Let's update you what's happened earlier in the semifinals. At 106 pounds, we had a near upset. Fisher Graves of Florinda was up 12-0 over the number 1 seed, Hunter Husing of Missouri Valley. He's ranked 5th at 106. And Husing came back, reversed him, and pinned him at 326. Anderson just took a 10-1 lead with a takedown. So Husing survived an upset scare, and he's only had 5 losses on the year. And he gets the win and moves into the finals. And he'll face Dayton Van Horn of Atlantic, who ends up getting a takedown with 47 seconds left to rally and win it 5-3. A mild upset over Josh Nelson of Nottoway Valley. Nelson was ranked 4th in 1A. Van Horn ranked 12th in 2A. So 2A prevails over 1A, and Van Horn gets the win, and he'll face Husing in the finals at 106 pounds. In the consolation round, it was Sam Hansen of Panorama beating Abil in sudden death 5-2, and Herring of Riverside defeated Adams of Mount Ayr by fall of 349. Nelson will face Hansen in the consolation round, Braves against Herring. At 113 pounds, the top seed Sebastian Brooks of Winterset wins by fall of 32 seconds over Carter Wooten of Shenandoah. So Brooks into the finals, and he'll face Deegan Farwell of Southwest Valley, who's guaranteed to get on the medal stand. He'll either be first or second. Farwell trailed 7-0, but he rallies and pins Blake Holman of Panorama, 426 for Brooks. In the consolation round, Collier of Mount Ayr defeated Applegate of Riverside by Tech Ball. Opix Newton and Foltz of Central Decatur defeated Kinsey of Atlantic by fall. And so Foltz moves into the next round of the consolation. We'll get you to 120 pounds as Anderson leads 13-3. Kerrigan finishes off his match against Becerra 10-1. So Kingston Kerrigan of Riverside is in the finals at 126. We're back in a minute on KSOM KS95.
This is Luke Meisheimer with Hoopie Holler Ranch. We are a family-owned and operated ranch offering grain-finished lamb and beef along with free-ranged eggs. We are offering many different cuts to grace your table. For more information, visit hoopiehollerranch.com or check us out on Facebook, or you can always contact me at 641-745-0531 or Jody at 402-210-1698. Raised on our ranch to feed your family.
Sometimes you gotta go left to get it right. Lefties in Messina, to be exact. Since 1967, Lefties has been handling pump, plumbing, heating, trenching, and electrical duties for Southwest Iowans like you and me. But where Drew and the gang really excel is your plumbing and heating needs. Talk about handy. If you were to remodel your kitchen or bathroom, you'd have to call in an electrician and a plumber. With Lefties, you get both. For all your pump, plumbing, heating, trenching, and electrical, call Lefties at 712-779-3392 or Drew at 712-779-0016.
He moves on to score momentarily. Braxton Hatch in Atlantic. He's on the mat at 132 against John Richardson of Nottoway Valley. There's Elsinger there. At 120 pounds, Keaton Schrader of Atlantic wins by fall in 51 seconds over Hoyt Mendenhall of Southwest Valley. And Schrader moves on to the final for the Trojans. Ryan Kibberts of Winterset wins 5-1 over Chase Slaybaugh of ACGC. So Kibberts into the finals at 120. Mendenhall lost to Schrader, and he'll face Gould of Bedford in the next round. Gould won a major decision 13-3 over Cliff of Mo Valley. Slaybaugh's next opponent is Max Danker of Riverside, who wins in 28 seconds over Jackson Ray of Reddo. That's at 120 pounds. At 126 pounds, Colin Harris was the number 1 seed, but he gets upset by Ryland Parsons of Preston, 6-1. So Parsons is in the finals at 126. Harris will go to the consolation round, and he'll face Triton Thomas of Centerville who won at 224 over Carter Gibbons at Tri-Center. And Kingsley Kerrigan reduced her lead. Owen Becerra, Mo Valley 10-1. Becerra will go up against Bob Harlan of Interset. He wins by tech fall over Schaefer of Panorama. And in a 132, it is Gerwell of Winterset, winning by tech fall over Rex Shano of Riverside. Shano into the consolation round, and Cost and Christensen are scoreless in the first period. Drew Anderson was a tech fall winner over Schroeder of Missouri Valley. So Anderson into the finals there. Right now, Max Pollock of Wings leading Lynn Travis and Preston 7-0. He just got 4 near fall points right at the end of the period. I got the period all wrong. I have no idea. It's the second period. Pollock with a 4-0 lead. And Bosch just got a takedown on Jack Christensen. So Bosch with the early 3-0 lead. We'll update you on the final of that match. Our coverage of the state of the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament presented to you by Ryan X. Chris Bonnery here on KSOM and KS95.
Start the new year off with one less thing to worry about by enrolling in AutoPay for your Griswold Communications bill. Matter of fact, once you're on AutoPay, you can simply forget it. Your Griswold Communications payment will be automatically debited from your bank account or charged to your credit or debit card each month. Visit griswoldcommunications.com or call 778-2121 to learn more.
Since 1905, F&B Bank has been partnering with you to ensure the best banking experience. Still today, F&B Bank is committed to be the stable partner that agriculture communities rely on. F&B understands the commitment, risk, and sacrifice you make every day in your business and way of life. F&B believes customer service and a handshake is what builds strong partnership and is committed to that partnership in our communities. Give F&B a call. Better yet, stop in. They're here to help you achieve your goals. F&B Bank, Fontenelle, Anita, Greenfield, and Messina. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Travis was the 2 seed for Preston. Pollock the 3 seed. Pollock is ranked 7th in 1A. Travis is ranked 5th in 2A. Interesting. 2 ranked kids, 138. Haas is ranked 7th at 132. He's the 2 seed. Jack Christensen is not ranked for Nottoway Valley. Haas leads 11-0. Charlie Christensen. He says it's your house at Shenandoah. He's trying to get him to escape, and he does, and he leads 12-0. And then he immediately shot. That gets defended by Jet. He's in control. Looks like he's destined to go up against Suda Gerwell of Interset in the finals. That's Jack Christensen to turn it around. Check call for Braxton Haas. Martin, Keys, Mark about here, basketball. And then Hagen of Atlantic won in the consolation in a 138. He and Stevie. By Paul, 29. Stevie ranked 9th in 1A. Those tough got tougher. Somebody's bringing flyers. Maybe someone in the middle of quick pin. Watson over Brandon. Watson and Central Decatur at 144. Wins by fall. I didn't get the time, so I'll have to get that just a little bit. Jack Brandon, former state qualifier. Every side, Watson, the number 1 seed. So we're not Christensen 7-2 in the second period. In Calvin Hayes in Atlantic coming up here in Kitchen. Against Newton Counter in Riverside. Here's your looking playing board. Martin of Centerville, if you didn't talk. Central Decatur in the consolation round 132. Hart over Hunt 12-3. Hart will face Christensen. Nottoway Valley. Watson's official time 26 seconds with Brandon. Hayes against Hauser. Atlantic 2A, Riverside 1A. Coach, that is Christensen. 20. That's around 124. Jensen of Watershed and Frozier at Southwest Valley in 52 seconds. Matt Henderson moved up against Brandon of Rivers Valley. Ryder Plot. Facing right now on deck of one program two. Well, so Preston leaves Kingston and Alpelli and Murray 2. Wayne Horace just got 2 points there to Sherry. Days are out in the first period. The mats are now caught up with one another, so both semis at 150 are going to the same leader. Surrey Valley against Ryder Klein, but ACGC at 150 and that too. Leader 23-4, 34-2. Hayes is 24-10. Hauser 25-5. Hayes is on your right side against Hauser. Klein on your left against Cleaver. They're scoreless going to the second period. Hayes wins the flip, and he's going to go down. He didn't defer. He's going to go down to start the second period. Wants to get something on the board. He's trying to get up. I mean, there could be a stall warning here. Still out of bounds. Once you get up, if you're riding a man, once you get up, you have about 5 seconds or so. It's the man riding, and you get him back down. Otherwise, it could be a stall. It could be a point. Hayes gets up again, and that time, Hauser had to let him go. It finally is scored, and Calvin Hayes leads Hauser 1-0. And nothing happened in the first period between Klein and Cleaver. A shot by Hauser. Hayes trying to come back. Hayes. Nothing yet. Hayes gets behind him. Still in bounds. Throws that leg over his arm. Hayes untangles him and gets the three. And Calvin Hayes takes a 4-0 lead. Semifinals at 150. It's 8 for Cleaver. He leads 1-0 over Klein. Hayes now riding Hauser. Calvin Hayes starting to try and ride out Mason Hauser of Riverside. The freshman was impressive at 25-5. Calvin Hayes, the top seed at 150. 24-10 of junior. Klein is ranked 10th in 1A with a record of 34-2 of junior. Cleaver for Hope Valley, the 3 seed is 23-4 of junior. We blow the whistle at the end of the second period between Hayes and Hauser. Big takedown for Calvin Hayes and Hauser's option here in the third period. He adjusts his knee brace and he's going to start down in the third. Klein and Cleaver go out of bounds. To try to get to his feet. Oh, Hayes lost the grip. 2-1. Hauser on the board. Calvin Hayes with the lead. A shot by Hauser. Hauser's got a leg. Hayes battling back. He grabs the other leg. Head to toe. Head to butt. Butt to head. And blow it dead. 1:29 to go in the third period. No advantage, really, between Cleaver and Klein. Just a escape for Cleaver. Klein trying to edge it up, tie it up in the third. Can't break the grip. Cleaver can't get it back down. Klein has a chance for a reversal. Nope, Cleaver holds on. Still neutral between how there's a shot by Hayes. Hauser can't get back. They fall down. Still no advantage between Cleaver and Klein. Klein is close. Klein is real close, but he's also close to going out of bounds. Cleaver reaches back, trying to save it. Klein loses a handle. Still in bounds. Hauser has 35 seconds to rally against Hayes. Klein trying to hang on. Nope, out of bounds. They gave 2 points. Reversal. They gave him a reversal. They did give later Klein a reversal. Hayes finishes the jump. Mason Hauser. Calvin Hayes wins it a hard-fought match 4-1. Klein with a 2-1 lead. They go out of bounds. Loser goes to the consolation round. Well, it's the third yeah. Consolation round. We're 33. That's for British Charlie Christmas. Houston, Amretta, Klein, local planner, and sudden death, 6-3. And Ryder Klein is going to go to the finals and face Calvin Hayes. Klein wins it 2-1 on a reversal. I believe they haven't raised his hand yet. Now they shake hands. Klein wins it. Top loss for Cleveland. Maxing Gordon against Jane Harder at 157. This is one of the matches I was excited to see. Harder is ranked 8th in 2A. Gordon is rated 12th in 1A. Gordon trying to keep his tippy toes in bounds, and he couldn't. It's on map 2 to the map 1 to your right. The black mat, the white circle, map 2. Lucas Nature, Shenandoah. Both of these are semifinals at 157. So, of Griswold. At 165, Louise Jensen of Winterset winning by fall at 140 over Uriah Fry of Clark. Jensen goes to the finals against Jacob McCargill or Jackson Pettigrew of Wayne. McCargill right now leads 10-2 with 42 seconds left in the third period. Cargill nearly got another tick down there. In the consolation round, 165, Max Sano of Riverside wins 4-1 over Mason Allen of Central Decatur. Excuse me, Trayson Allen of Central Decatur. So Shano is still on the back end. We have excellence feeling okay, on what I got here, we are moving on to the bigger weights. For an hour, soon, it's Iowa State basketball on KSOM. Our coverage of the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament presented you by Lyman Ag Supply. Chris Marty here. It's a win, Kansas 5. Right.
Cargill, a major decision, 13-2 win.
Upon the completion of the semifinals, we will be taking a short lunch break. After our lunch break, all the rest of the remaining matches will be in the activity center. We're starting off with the consolation semifinals.
So on mat number 1 to our right, Gavin Wetzel of Southwest Valley going up against Laramie Stokes of Lennox. And on mat 2, Donovan Hedrington of Atlantic against Caleb Christensen of Nottoway Valley. This should be interesting. Hedrington 37-7. Christensen is 38-0. Snyder of Centerville won by fall at 53 seconds. So he has had 3 matches, all wins under a minute. And Henderson beat Taylor Bobb of Shenandoah 13-3. Christensen won the toss. I think he deferred. Hedrington starts down. Still no score between Wetzel and Stokes. Stokes, an incredible come from behind win over Brenton Hoover. Hedrington stands up. Christensen trying to slam him back down. Now he's got to let him go. 3-1. Christensen leads over Hedrington. Wetzel trying to get the takedown on Stokes. Blow him out of bounds. That's Wetzel and Stokes. Christensen has a leg on Hedrington. Hedrington has his arms wrapped along his waist. Head to butt, butt to head. Oh, and Hedrington lost the grip, and a 3 for Christensen. 6-1. Christensen with the lead. Christensen undefeated. I'm surprised he's only ranked 7th in 1A. That 190-pound weight class must be tough in 1A. But head coach Brad Hoddle said he definitely rededicated himself. He had 13 losses a year ago. He rededicated himself in the offseason and has seen an incredible improvement. He's taken his wrestling to another level so far this year. Stokes starting up in the third period. Wetzel needs an escape to take the lead there. Meanwhile, Griffin Wetzel beat Morgan Nolte of ACGC in the consolation round of 190, 9-5. Dolly is singing somewhere. And Griffin Wetzel will face the loser of this match between Hedrington and Christensen. So we go to the third period between Christensen and Hedrington. Stokes still hanging on with Wetzel. They're still scoreless. We're neutral. Between Christian, there's a shot by Hedrington. Well, he had a leg briefly, but he backs out of it. Wetzel turns around on Stokes. He's got at least one. He might get 2 on a reversal. Nothing yet awarded. Stokes, I think, still has a leg. Now the reversal official, and Wetzel leads 2-0. And a 3 for Christensen, and he extends his lead on Hedrington. 9-1, Christensen with the edge. But Wetzel breaks the scoreless tie with Stokes. Christensen now going for the pin on Hedrington. The official counting, he's got near fall points in the bank. And he pins him. And it comes at 5-17. So Christensen remains undefeated, and Hedrington will face Griffin Wetzel in the consolation round. So still a chance for third for Donovan Hedrington. Christensen will face Brian Snyder, Centerville, and that'll be interesting because Snyder has been unstoppable so far, 190. And Gavin Wetzel wins it 2-0 over Laramie Stokes, and he's into the finals at 175. And Drevin Smith, by the way, in the consolation round, won over Schwartz 16-15. That is no small win That's at 165. Schwartz has had 2 tough losses in this tournament. He is rated 7th. Ninth. He's rated 9th. I got it right the third time. Schwartz rated 9th in 1A. He lost to Buckingham on a last-second takedown. And then he loses 16-15 to Drevin Smith of Atlantic. And Smith will wrestle against Uriah Fry of Clark. Buckingham lost to McCargill 13-2. A major decision. Buckingham will face Shano of Riverside. Stokes will go up against Pettigrew of Creston in the consolation round. And Jackson Allen of Riverside is now going up against Noah Cox in the consolation round of 175. Carter Richter with an early takedown over Traven Thomas of Atlantic, 3-0, but Thomas gets up, and it's now 3-1. We're at 2:15. At 2:15, Lonnie Smith has a big lead in the consolation round over Landon Fuller. Lonnie Smith of Griswold leading Fuller 10-5. On the other mat, Wyatt Bell of Riverside on mat 2 to your left against Jason Morrow of Centerville. Bell 15-17 after yesterday. Morrow 11-2. And Bell pins him. Wyatt Bell right at the end of the first period. Just before the end of the period, it'll either be 1:59 or 2 minutes. And Bell goes to the finals with a record of, he could be 500 and win, but he's going to probably have to face, well, either face Richter or Thomas. What a story for Wyatt Bell of Riverside. Jackson Allen, did I get that one over Noah Cox? No, I did not. Allen won by a fault at 3:34. That's in the consolation round across the street. After these matches, all of the matches will be here in the Activity Center. Did he get a pin? No, I guess he didn't get a pin. I thought he had a pin. I'm sorry, I must have made a huge mistake. I was not paying attention, but they didn't give him the pin. I thought Bell got the pin, but he did not. And they had the period wrong on the scoreboard. So Bell, that match continuing. So that's not over. Right now, Morrow got a reversal, or got a takedown, and we're tied at 6. So my apologies. There, Bell, I thought, had a pin, but they've taken it off the board. The period was incorrect on the board, and now they got everything correct. There's a minute to go in the second period. Morrow and Bell are tied at 6. Richter, meanwhile, dominating over Thomas of Atlantic, 11-1. And now a reversal for Bell. And he takes an 8-6 lead. They're almost done on the other end. Carter Woolsey of Atlantic won in the consolation round at heavyweight. He beat Jensen of Griswold by fall in 30 seconds. And it's Jaden Jensen. We have 45 seconds to go on the radio. comes back, ties it at 8. Back-to-back reversals there.
Live on KSOM 96.5 and streaming live on westerniowatoday.com. You're listening to KSOM Sports.
Chris Vonnie here, the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament. Our coverage presented to you by Lyman Ag Supply. We're rolling right through the semifinals right now, up to 2:15. Right now on the mat, Carter Richter of ACGC leads Traven Thomas of Atlantic 11-2 with 20 seconds left in the second period. And a wild match going on between Wyatt Bell of Riverside against Jason Morrow of Centerville. They're tied at 8 in another semifinal at 2:15. Back-to-back reversals by both guys, or just back-to-back reversals, one by each guy. Bell a reversal and Morrow reverse back. There's 1:24 to go in the third period. Morrow right now riding Bell, and they're tied at 8 right there. We'll update you on what else is going on here at the Harris Tournament as the semifinals are rolling to its conclusion. Back in a minute on KSOM and KS95.
Farmers don't choose seeds.
Messina Telephone Company understands that your internet connection should be available when you need it. Some internet providers cut corners by limiting your bandwidth during peak hours. Messina Telephone policy is to have bandwidth in reserve to prevent network congestion. Gaming and streaming video just works better with Messina Telephone's fast, reliable internet service. Call 712-779-2227 or messinatelephone.com. Messina Telephone Company is a proud supporter of CAM Athletics.
Do the right thing, the best thing, do the battery thing. Grab a battery from Atlantic or Audubon Ag and Auto, your full-service, locally owned CarQuest Auto Parts store. Look, you've already had the "you need a new battery" talk for her car. No need to point fingers, start arguments, or test out the comfort level of that couch again. Why risk waking Precious up at 6 a.m. to jumpstart the car? Talk about a flat tire Friday. Avoid the Monday massacre, stay warm, and keep everyone's morning drama-free with the fresh CarQuest battery from Atlantic and Audubon Ag and Auto.
But he had a stall warning on him, so if he gets another stall, an immediate shot by Morrow, but Bell is going to win it. Wyatt Bell is going to the final. He is exhausted. Wyatt Bell wins 9-8, and then he just falls back on his back, and he is exerted all his energy right there to get that victory. He was lying flat on his belly, and Morrow was riding him much of the third period, and Bell had a stall warning called against him, and somehow he survives. Wyatt Bell is turning into one of the biggest stories here at the John J. Harris Tournament for Riverside. What an incredible run for him. Meanwhile, Richter leading Thomas of Atlantic 11-4 in the semifinals with 30 seconds left. Thomas needs a pin to get him back, and Thomas just got a takedown to make it 11-7. Now he's got to turn Richter over and somehow rally here against Carter Richter, who's the number 1 seed at 2:15. And Wyatt Bell will await the winner. And a point, a stall, which is called on Richter. That's his second stall, so a point given to Thomas. Now he's within 3, but time running out. And that's the end of the match. Richter wins it 11-8. So the finals at 2:15 will be Carter Richter of ACGC and Wyatt Bell of Riverside. We'll take another break. When we're back, we'll update you on the semifinals consolation round here at the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament. We're presented to you by Lyman Ag Supply and KSOM KS95.
Where will you be in 2, 5, or even 10 years? Do you dream of a more fulfilling career with greater earning potential? Let Iowa Western help you achieve those goals. This is Cindy Wetterland, Iowa Western Cass County Director, and all of our Iowa Western instructors are dedicated to your learning, growth, and advancement towards reaching your greatest potential. The Atlantic Center offers a wide variety of college credit coursework with small class sizes to maximize your experience and opportunity to excel. Start working towards your degree by stopping into Iowa Western Cass County Center to change your future today.
Got a leak? A clog? Or maybe it's time for a brand new bathroom. Furnace or AC needs some attention? Or are you interested in floor heating? Call Fikes Plumbing and Services. Your trusted local experts in so many areas is now serving the Greenfield and Atlantic areas. From quick fixes to major renovations, Fikes Plumbing and Services has you covered with fast, friendly, and reliable service. With 30 years of service, Fikes licensed professionals tackle every job with care, ensuring your home stays comfortable and safe. Don't wait. Call Fikes Plumbing and Services today for your HVAC, plumbing, sewer, and septic needs.
In this segment, Gunnar Martwick of Creston going up against Jack Sheeter of ACGC in the semifinals at 285. And Martwick nearly had the pin. He gets the fall, and now he just picks Sheeter up. Gets him back down on the mat. It's 7-0 Martwick over Sheeter. Let's update you what has happened earlier on. At 165 pounds, Jacob McCargill of Shenandoah with a 13-2 major decision win over Fisher Buckingham of Wayne. McCargill ranked number 2 in the state in 2A, 165. And he will go up against Jax Jensen of Winterset, ranked 5th in 2A. Jensen with a fall over Uriah Fry of Clark at 140. It's Shano of Riverside, Max Shano. He got a win in the consolation round over Mason Allen by fall. No, it was a 4-1 final, not fall. A 4-1 final there. Shano moves on. He'll face Buckingham next. And at 165, it was Drevin Smith of Atlantic winning in a wild one over Blake Schwartz of Panorama, 16-15. Smith will go up against Fry. At 175, Gavin Wetzel of Southwest Valley, a 2-0 win over Laramie Stokes of Lennox. Wetzel got a reversal with 1:20 left of the third period and rode out Stokes the rest of the match. Stokes from Lennox, Wetzel into the finals, and he'll go up against the 2-seed Austin Henderson of Wayne. He wins 13-3 major decision over Taylor Bob of Shenandoah. Stokes will go up against Jackson Pettigrew of Creston. Wins by fall at 151 over Brandon Carlson of ACGC. And Bob will go up against Jackson Allen of Riverside. It wins by fall of 334 over Noah Cox of Mo Valley. At 190, Brian Snyder has been dominant for Centerville. And he wins by fall of 53 seconds over Charlie Lillis of Shenandoah. Snyder has falls of 18 seconds, 22 seconds, and 53 seconds. And he'll face undefeated Caleb Christensen of Nottoway Valley for the championship. Christensen got the pin over Donovan Hedrington of Atlantic at 5:17. In the consolation round, Brokaw of Clark over Parrish of Lennox by fall at 133. Griffin Wetzel of Southwest Valley beat Morgan Nolte of ACGC 9-5, and that'll be Hedrington's next opponent. At 2:15, Carter Richter of ACGC beat Traven Thomas of Atlantic 11-8. Richter will go up against Wyatt Bell of Riverside, who got the 9-8 win over Morrow of Centerville. Lonnie Smith of Griswold is in the consolation semis. He'll face he beat Landon Fuller of Shenandoah 10-9. He had a 10-2 lead, and he held on for a 10-9 win over Fuller of Shenandoah. Smith will go up against Thomas of Atlantic. And Cutter Frisbee of Central Decatur defeated Thomas Mickelson of Creston by fall at 232. Frisbee will go up against Morrow of Centerville. And finally, at heavyweight, Ashton Hunold with a win by fall over Oliver Dykes of Red Oak at 106. So Hunold remains undefeated for Nottoway Valley, and he will face the winner of this match between Martwick of Creston and Sheeter of ACGC. Martwick has a 10-1 lead as time running out in the second period. In the consolation round of 285, it is Woolsey, Cooper Woolsey of Atlantic. He won by fall over Jaden Jensen of Griswold in 30 seconds. Woolsey will now face Dykes of Red Oak. And also at heavyweight, Landers of Winterset defeated Gray of Bedford by fall at 143. He'll face the loser of this match in the other consolation round, and then we are complete. They'll take a break after this match is over with, and then what is up next on the schedule? consolation semis. Then they'll go to 5th and 6th place matches, and then the championship. We will have live coverage of the championship matches on KS95. Our coverage presented to you by Lyman Ag Supply. Chris Varney at the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament in Corning on KSOM KS95.
Got a leak? A clog? Or maybe it's time for a brand new bathroom. Furnace or AC needs some attention? Or are you interested in floor heating? Call Fikes Plumbing and Services. Your trusted local experts in so many areas is now serving the Greenfield and Atlantic areas. From quick fixes to major renovations, Fikes Plumbing and Services has you covered with fast, friendly, and reliable service. With 30 years of service, Fikes licensed professionals tackle every job with care, ensuring your home stays comfortable and safe. Don't wait. Call Fikes Plumbing and Services today for your HVAC, plumbing, sewer, and septic needs.
Anita Supply Center is here for you. From the big jobs to the small tasks, we're here to help. Hi, this is Kim with a reminder of our hours, so when you need our help, we're here. Anita Supply Center is open Monday through Fridays, 7 to 5, and Saturdays, 8 until noon. We're here 6 days a week for all your building, landscaping, how-to projects, repairs, and more. We offer free in-home measurements, free estimates, and can help you put your ideas together. Anita Supply Center is open 6 days a week for all your home improvement and building needs.
Did you know that Mexican food is considered to be healthy?
What? How do you figure?
Almost every dish has vegetables. Salsa, all vegetables. Guacamole, avocados, and corn tortillas. They're naturally gluten-free.
Okay, I get it. Tacos, lettuce and tomato. So Rancho Grande for dinner?
Race it to the car.
Add more vegetables to your diet at Rancho Grande in Atlantic. And then you can indulge in a guilt-free margarita, imported beer, or dessert. Choose a healthier option at Rancho Grande. Open 7 days a week.
Stein delivers more new genetics faster. Our focus on delivering higher yielding genetics faster than the competition is why we have released more new Enlist E3 lines in the past 5 years than any other seed company. For elite genetics paired with simple, flexible, and effective weed control, plant Stein Enlist E3 soybeans. Stein has yield. 45 years of yield. Learn more at steinseed.com.
For more information, contact Trey Bricks at 712-249-2503.
All right, so for those of you who are watching on our feed, we're now on a break. So I don't know if you heard that announcement, but they're on a lunch break now, and they will start at approximately 12:50. All the action now will be here in the Activity Center. Martwick, by the way, Gunnar Martwick just got his 100th career victory for Creston with the win over Jack Sheeter. I don't know if they're going to call that a tech fall or not. I think they might. We'll see what happens there. But Martwick was the winner over Sheeter. So now we're in a break. of the headset going into the Comrex. Something is definitely not right there. You could talk to me, by the way. On KSOM and KS95, our reports presented to you by Lyman Ag Supply. We're in a break right now. They're taking off for lunch, and they said that we'll resume shortly for the consolation round action, which will be up first. It'll be consolation semifinals. Then they're going to go to the 5th and 6th place matches and then the championship matches. So the consolation semis will actually start about an hour ahead of schedule. So they are running well ahead here at the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament. We'll update you on the finals matches, and we'll update you on the team standings. That's all straight ahead. We're back after this 1-minute timeout on KSOM, KS95.
Are you wrestling with where to purchase your crop inputs this
When
year?
it comes to your investments, I know you have a choice. Hi, I'm Mark Smith, a certified financial planner and registered investment advisor with Principal Financial Group. Today, I want to say thank you, Southwest Iowa. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to serve the community for 39 years. Over the years, you've given me the opportunity to get to know you and your family. Thank you for your trust, your confidence, and most of all, your relationship. If I can help you with your financial plan, please give me a call at 712-243-2466. Mark Smith, Principal Financial in Atlantic.
Need expert excavation work done right? Call Harrison Hoyt Excavation, your local pros in site prep, grading, and land work. From homes to driveways, landscaping to construction, we handle it all with safety, precision, and modern equipment. Storm damage? We're ready for emergency excavation when you need us most. Based right here in Atlantic, Iowa, we proudly serve our community and surrounding counties, on time and on budget. Call Harrison Hoyt Excavation today at 712-249-5137 or email harrison@hchexcavation.com.
Here are the championship matches coming up later today. We'll have live coverage on our sister station, here on KS95, depending on which station you're listening to. Hunter Husing of Missouri Valley at 106 pounds will face Dayton Van Horn of Atlantic. And that is number 1 Husing against number 3 seeded Van Horn. At 113, Sebastian Brooks, the top seed from Winterset, will go up against Deegan Farwell, the number 3 seed from Southwest Valley. At 120, Keaton Schrader of Atlantic, the number 1 seed, goes up against 2-seeded Klein Kibberts of Winterset. 126 pounds. It's Kydlan Parsons of Creston, the 4 seed, going up against Kingston Kerrigan, the 2 seed from Riverside. At 132 pounds, Judah Gurwell of Winterset, the top seed, against number 2 seeded Braxton Haas of Atlantic. 138, Drew Anderson, the number 1 seed from Riverside, will go up against Max Pollock, the 3 seed from Wayne. 144, Kason Watson, the 1 seed of Central Decatur, against the 2 seed Hayden Roush of Shenandoah. At 150, Calvin Hayes of Atlantic, the 1 seed against 2-seeded Ryder Klein of ACGC. At 157, Tully Wood of Wayne, the top seed, against Jaden Harder of Atlantic, the 2 seed. At 165, Jacob McCargill of Shenandoah, the number 1 seed, against 2-seeded Jax Jensen of Winterset. At 175, Gavin Wetzel, the 1 seed of Southwest Valley, against Austin Henderson of Wayne, the 2 seed. At 190, Brian Snyder, the 1 seed of Centerville, against Caleb Christensen of Nottoway Valley, the 2 seed. At 215, Carter Richter, the 1 seed of ACGC, against Wyatt Bell, the underdog of Riverside, and going for the title at 215. And at 285, Ashton Huddle, the 2-time defending state champ, is the 1 seed from Nottoway Valley. He'll go up against the 2 seed Gunnar Martwick of Creston. We'll update you on the team standings after this 1-minute timeout. KSOM, KS95.
Make sure you're getting the best coverage for you at the most competitive rate. Hi, this is Nick Carnes with Brocker Carnes & Carnes. We are an independent insurance agency that offers coverage for your home, auto, life, farm, and everything in between. But mostly we are here to help. As an independent agency, we can shop around for the best rates and coverages from multiple companies. Stop by one of our offices or go to brockercarnes.com for a quote on your insurance. Let Brocker Carnes & Carnes help you get the best coverage at a competitive rate.
Cass Health in Atlantic, Iowa is a nationally recognized hospital, and we are proud of the awards and all of our recent accomplishments. But do you know what drives us to be the very best? You. We're passionate about helping our patients heal and feel their very best at any age and any stage of life. Cass Health, neighbors caring for neighbors.
Live on KSOM 96.5 and streaming live on westerniowatoday.com. You're listening to KSOM Sports.
So the team standings as we head to the finals and the consolation semis. I don't see any way Atlantic can lose this, to be honest with you. Now I say that, but Riverside, maybe I don't see any way that they can catch them. Atlantic has 182.5 points. Riverside is second place at 156. That is a significant deficit. That's a 26.5 point deficit. That's going to be hard to make up. So Atlantic going for back-to-back titles here at the John Jay. Winterset third at 129. ACGC fourth at 106. That's a very good showing for them. Creston in fifth place with 91. Nottoway Valley sixth with 90. Shenandoah seventh with 85.5. Wayne 8th with 78. Southwest Valley 9th with 69. Centerville 10th at 63.5. Missouri Valley 11th. Central Decatur 12th. Panorama. Then Red Oak, Mount Ayr, Lenox, Clark, Griswold, Clarinda, Bedford, Cam, and Tri-Center rounds out the 22 teams. So there you have it. There were 22 teams here. There were 27 scheduled. 5 did not make it yesterday because of the weather. Our reports from the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament brought to you by Atlantic Og and Auto, Seed Pros, Community Insurance, Hoopie Hollow Ranch, Wyman's Car Quiz, Lefty's Pump, Plumbing, Heating, Air, Electrical, and Trenching, Brumley Supplies, Mertz Welding, Union State Bank, Griswold Communication, FNB, Messina Telephone, Conductix, Wampler, presented to you by Lyman Ag Supply. Chris Varney from the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament. The Iowa State basketball Cyclone pregame coming up on KSOM. We'll go exclusively on KS95 from here on out. Chris Varney of the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament.
What's it mean to be in good hands? It means you get an expert agent who's in it for the long haul. We'll get to know you and be there for you as your coverage needs change. I'm Craig Hummel at Hummel Insurance Services, and we work with Allstate Insurance. Let us help you choose the right amount of protection to meet your needs and see for yourself what it means to be in good hands. Call Hummel Insurance Services or stop in anytime.
When your home or business has been affected by water, fire, smoke, or mold, and you don't know what to do next, we do. From one room to multiple levels, we can do it all while working with you and your insurance company. Service Master by Rice is your local experts for residential and commercial restoration, offering emergency services 24/7, 365. To set up services, call 712-243-5373 with phones answered 24/7. Service Master by Rice serves all of Western Iowa.
Hello, I'm Elvis Haas with Elvis Haas State Farm, and we're more than just an insurance agency. We're part of the community, and we hope to soon be part of your family in helping you understand your coverages. We meet with people just like you every day to help prepare them for what life throws at them, covering your auto, home, farm, business, life, and financial services. We help walk you through everything, and we're here for your support. Stop by our location at 1/2 block west of the courthouse. Check us out at Facebook or call 712-243-4824. Elvis Haas State Farm is there.
Farmers don't choose seeds from a brochure. They choose it from relationships built over time. That's why Lee Satoff with Channel Seeds at Lyman Ag Supply knows he's not just selling seed. He's helping protect your livelihood. From choosing the right products to checking crops through the season and standing with you long after harvest, Lyman Ag is there year after year. Expert guidance, trusted partnership, proven products. And remember, at Lyman Ag Supply, their goal is your profitability. Call Lee, 712-249-4988.
So Nelson will face the winner of the match on mat 1 between Fisher, Graves, and Sam Henson. And Graves leads 3-0. And it should be Holman against Fulkus on mat 1 now. Or mat 2, I'm sorry. Blake Holman of Panorama, Aiden Fulkus of Central Decatur. Holman of Panorama is 12-9, a senior. Fulkus of Central Decatur, a sophomore, 19-8. And there's 3 for Holman. Panorama was wearing light blue yesterday, and now they're wearing kind of the Army camouflage with the Panther paw embedded in the back of the singlet. They're pretty cool looking. I've never seen singlets like that. 2 Panorama Panthers at the same time, but Hanson trailing against Graves 7-0. Hanson with the ride over on your right. Holman leads 3-0. Holman is 12-9. Fulkus is 19-8. Graves up 9-0. 9-1 now, an escape. Hanson is finally on the board. Holman continues to ride Fulkus. Folks. And another 3 for Graves. And he takes a 12-1 lead over Hanson. Graves leads 15-2 now. Time running out on the second period. Holman up 3-0. Again, you just came back from your lunch break. It's 1 o'clock. We will have live radio reports the rest of the day on KS95 with Iowa State basketball on KSOM. The Cyclone pregame about to start there. But the video continues here on YouTube and Western Iowa Today TV. These are consolation round matches. Championship will have live play-by-play on KS95. Simulcast here. A reversal for Hanson on mat 2. And now we got lights going off. And lights back on. Somebody must have hit a switch. And now a reversal by Folks, and we're tied at 5. Now Carter Wooten of Shenandoah against Wyatt Collier of Mount Ayr at 1:13 consolation round semis. Nelson, his official time of the fall was 1:05. And Wooten gets the early takedown. against Collier. Holman and Folks coming down to the wire here in period 3. There's a shot by Holman. Folks defending. Folks goes spread eagle. Still working underneath is Holman. This could be a chance for Folks to get around and get 3, and he does. It's a takedown for Folks, and he takes an 8-5 lead. Past the halfway mark of the third period. Folks on top of Holman. Graves, the official time of his fall was 4:20 over Hansen. Holman looks like he's run out of gas. Folks gets the pin with 9 seconds left. 5:51. Wooten, meanwhile, has a 3-0 lead over Collier. And now we start the second period there. Mendenhall now on for Southwest Valley as we move up to 120. And going up against Gould of Bedford. Grant Gould, a sophomore, who's only 6-10 coming in. He's had buys. He hasn't had, well, he did have a major decision win his last match. And he beat Matthew Cliff of Mo Valley, 13-3 major decision. And a pin for Wooten. I didn't see the time. They took it off the clock real quick. But Wooten dispatches Collier. So it'll be Wooten against Folks for the consolation finals at 113. Nobody has an edge right now between Mendenhall and Gould. Max Danker of Riverside against Chase Slaybaugh of ACGC in consolation semifinals at 120. That's on mat number 1. And Slaybaugh takes the early 3-0 lead. He's cradling up. Danker in trouble. Well, he got 4 near fall out of it. And Danker gets back to his base, and now Slaybaugh's going to let him go and take a 7-1 lead. Folks, again, that was a fall. Actually, again, it's that 1 second differential, 5:52. Wooten's fall was officially 2:32. Slaybaugh now up 10-1. Chase Slaybaugh, a senior from ACGC, 24-9. Danker, Max Danker, sophomore, 12-18 for Riverside. Hoyt Mendenhall from Southwest Valley, a freshman at 16-13. Grant Gould from Bedford, a sophomore at 7-10. And Danker now refusing to budge. And so Slayball's going to let him go, I think. He wanted to get right back on top of him, but they went out of bounds. They'll call him neutral with 15 seconds left of the period. Slayball will try to get another 3 points on him. Danker went low. Slayball tried to get around him. Danker says nope. Try another way. Danker looked for a shot. Slayball with a little push. That's the end of the period. Slayball doesn't get any more points, but he's got a 10-2 lead. And right now, Gould has a 3-0 lead on Mendenhall. Hoyt Mendenhall, the younger brother of Wyatt Mendenhall, a senior here at Southwest Valley, who's had to battle injuries. He's on the basketball team. Boy, the Timberwolves boys basketball team, both basketball teams for Southwest Valley are tough. And in the Pride of Iowa Conference, the girls, if you haven't seen Haley Randall play, you got to see her play for Southwest Valley. And Cale Hogan went over 1,000 points for the boys last month. He's the all-time leading scorer in Southwest Valley basketball history. Gould trying to get Mendenhall down. Can't. No points there. Slayball leads 10-2, riding out on Danker in the second period. All the action now here in the Activity Center, the high school gym. I wonder if they just use that for warm-ups. Mendenhall grabs the leg of Gould. Gould now sitting up, and it's finished. A finish takedown for Mendenhall. Ties it at 3. It's up to a 14-2 lead for Slayball. He got near fall points, 4 of them. While I was watching Mendenhall take the lead or get the tie on Gould. That's the end of the second period there between Gould and Mendenhall. So they go to the third, tied at 3. These are consolation round matches, semifinal consies. We still have the third and fifth place matches to come. After this, they'll wrestle for fifth. So the loser of these matches are guaranteed a match. At 106, it'll be Hanson against Herrig. So sixth place will actually lose 3 matches. They'll be the only ones who does that. At 113, Collier against Holman. Slayball with a 14-2 lead and an escape by Mendenhall. He has a 4-3 lead. Mendenhall went for that. Gould circles around him. Mendenhall stays off of it. Gould still on the attack. 3 for Gould. And now he's got Mendenhall in a world of hurt. Mendenhall got to one shoulder. Gould trying to drag him back. But Mendenhall gets back to his base. 3 near fall for Gould. And he takes a commanding lead. 9-4. And Mendenhall goes out of bounds. How many times do you see somebody make a mistake and then the other just pounce? And Gould did. Credit Grant Gould. Against Mendenhall. Slayball completed the victory over Danker. So Mat 1 is now Owen Becerra of Missouri Valley against Cade Harlan of Winterset. And that's at 126. An escape, and it's Dolly is singing right now. It's 9-5. Mendenhall needs to come back. He's only got 30 seconds left. Gould! And he gets a 3, and now we'll get near fall points to try and salt away this win. Unless Mendenhall, and there's a pin. And it comes at 5:40. So Gould moves on. He'll wrestle against Slaybaugh for the final. Slaybaugh won by tech fall over Danker. Danker against Mendenhall for 5th. And on we go to the 126 round. Becerra and Harlan. I think earlier I called Harlan Bob Harlan. Nope, it's Keed Harlan. Near fall points for Becerra for the Big Reds. I remember broadcasting a football game a long time ago from Missouri Valley. Their football, there's a pin for Becerra, 140. And Harlan will go for 5th. Becerra will go for 3rd. Colin Harris with an early takedown over Trayton Thomas of Centerville. Colin Harris 13-6. Thomas 16-14. Harris a junior. Thomas a senior. Harris was the 1 seed. He still is the 1 seed. And he won in the first round by followed 44 seconds, then won in 41 seconds, but he lost to Kylan Parsons of Creston 6-1, an upset. Parsons, the number 3 seed, at 126, pushing Harris to the consolation round. Meanwhile, on mat number 2, it's mat 1, Jet Christensen of Nottoway Valley against Carver Hart of Centerville at 132. Jet is 25-12, a junior. Hart 30-13, a junior. 6-1 now. Harris with the lead over Thomas. A let up and then another takedown. And Thomas is a senior from Centerville. That's a drive. I wonder if they stayed here or they drove back to Centerville last time. And heck, it was an early night last night. We got done at 7:20 last night. That's as early as it's ever been, but they only had 22 teams competing last night. That's maybe the least amount in a while, but weather prevented 5 from coming. Centerville is a ways away. That's a poke. Harris still riding out 6-1. I've been to Centerville. I don't know if I'd done baseball there. I know that for sure. I think I broadcast some kind of sporting event in over 60 counties in Iowa. I've not been to all 99 counties, but I'm just talking about going to a county to broadcast a sporting event. 60-some counties I've been to. That's a lot of counties. Harris with a 6-1 lead as we start the second period over Thomas. Thomas trying to stand up. Harris, though, has a firm control. Christensen with a 3-0 lead over Hart. Now 6-0 lead. Thomas stands up. Well, it's actually an escape for Harris. Looked like Harris was in control the whole time, but it was Thomas who was trying to keep control. But they're neutral now. 7-1 Harris with the lead. 1:09 to go in the period. Meanwhile, Christensen is riding Hart. Thomas is being very frustrating right now. Harris can't get a hold of him. Thomas finally came to him. Nobody has the advantage here in this pretzel formation. Harris just has to slide behind him, but he's trying to roll him over. He did get credit for the three-pointer. I didn't see it, but it's been credited to him. 10-1, Harris with the lead. 20 seconds left, and Thomas just won't budge. Now he's going a little bit, but Harris is running out of time. He budges a little bit more, but he's running out of time. He won't get any near fall points. 10-1, Harris going to the third. Christensen leads 6-0, running out of time in the second period. Triton Thomas of Centerville is being feisty. See if Harris can break this hold and get up. Thomas does have some extra tape on his left shoulder. Harris spreading out. Thomas almost hanging on him. Oh, Harris got up. Then he's going to maybe get a reversal. Thomas is holding on for dear life. There's the reversal for Harris. And now he's got him pinned. Now he's got him in near fall. Thomas trying to hang on. There's the pin. And it comes at 4:44. So Harris with the win, and he'll face Owen Becerra in the consolation finals at 126. Thomas will have another match against Caden Harlan of Winterset. So Harris, will add to the bonus points for Atlantic. Should be able to extend their lead over Riverside. Rex Shano will have a chance to score some points of his own as he faces Bryson Martin of Mount Air. Christensen with an escape midway through the third period. He's leading over Hart of Centerville 7-0. Shano. Now he's going to maybe give up a takedown. Staying in bounds is Martin. Now they go out of bounds. He'll stay neutral. And points for Hart. Landon Hagan will be coming up next. A takedown for Hart. An escape. Did they give an escape there? Yes, they did. To Christensen. He takes an 8-3 lead with 14 seconds left. And Christensen should move on. 8-3, the final score. Hart to the 5th place match. That's the problem, is the losers of these matches, they're going to have quick turnarounds because they'll wrestle 5th place. Next. 5th place scheduled to go next. And then after they wrestle for 5th and 6th, then they'll simultaneously wrestle championship and runner and 3rd place matches. I would assume they're going to put championships on one mat and 3rd place on the other. Shano with a 3-1 lead over Martin as they go to the second period. And now it's Landon Hagan of Atlantic against Luke Schroeder of Missouri Valley. This will be interesting. because Schroeder is ranked 8th in 1A for the Big Reds. And he beat Ty Ganser and then also won in the first round over Tucker Supenger of Bedford, but he lost to Drew Anderson. And Landon Hagen, he is not ranked. Hagen beat Finn Ward of Centerville by fall, but lost to Lane Travis of Creston, 13-3, a major decision. Hagen then beat Kean Stevie, who's ranked 9th in 1A, by fall at 329. That's a big win for Hagen. Hagen 36-14. And Schroeder is 32-8. Hagen, a sophomore junior for Schroeder. And we're going on the air in KSOM 95. Shortly. Looks like the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to hire Mike McCarthy. Schroeder could not get that takedown at the end of the first period. Chris Varney here on KS95 on the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament. Our reports presented to you by Lyman Ag Supply. And with Iowa State basketball over on our sister station KSOM, we're exclusively at KS95 for the rest of this tournament. And right now on the mat is Luke Schroeder of Missouri Valley going up against Landon Hagen in the consolation semifinals from Atlantic. These are consolation semis. The championships will be coming later on. We'll have live play-by-play coverage here on KS95 of all the championship matches. So stay tuned for that. We're in the Consi semis, and then after this, they'll wrestle for 5th place matches, and then they get to the championship and 3rd place matches. And right now, Schroeder of Missouri Valley, he's ranked 8th in 1A. He lost to Drew Anderson, the number 1 ranked wrestler at 138. And there's a reversal by Hagen. That's the first points of the match. And Landon Hagen takes a 2-0 lead. Hagen got a win over Kean Stevie of Nottoway Valley. He's ranked in 1A. And Schroeder is ranked in 1A. And Hagen trying to dethrone another ranked wrestler and get to the consolation finals, where he could have a rematch with Lane Travis of Creston. Potentially dangerous, and 11 seconds left in the second period. We'll update you on this match as they head to the 3rd. We're back in 1 minute here on KS95.
This is Luke Meisheimer with Hoopy Hollow Ranch. We are a family-owned and operated ranch offering grain-finished lamb and beef along with free-ranged eggs. We are offering many different cuts to grace your table. For more information, visit hoopyhollowranch.com or check us out on Facebook, or you can always contact me at 641-745-0531 or Jody at 402-210-1698. Raised on our ranch to feed your family.
Sometimes you got to go left to get it right. Lefties in Messina, to be exact. Since 1967, Lefties has been handling pump, plumbing, heating, trenching, and electrical duties for Southwest Iowans like you and me. But where Drew and the gang really excel is your plumbing and heating needs. Talk about handy. If you were to remodel your kitchen or bathroom, you'd have to call in an electrician and a plumber. With Lefties, you get both. For all your pump, plumbing, heating, trenching, and electrical, call Lefties at 712-779-3392 or Drew at 712-779-0016.
Well, Schroeder has come back to tie it up against Hagen. He got an escape just at the end of the period and then got an escape to start the third period, and now just now got a three-point takedown to take a 5-2 lead. So Luke Schroeder, Missouri Valley, now leading Landon Hagen of Atlantic at 106 pounds, consolation semis. It was Fisher Graves of Clorinda. He gets the win over Ben Hansen of Panorama by fall at 420. He'll go up against Josh Nelson of Nottoway Valley, who pinned Colton Herrig of Riverside at 105. The losers of these Consi semis will get another match for fifth place. At 113, Consi semis, it was Carter Wooten of Shenandoah with a fall over Collier of Mount Ayr at 232. Also, Aiden Folks of Central Decatur wins by fall at 557 over Blake Holman of Panorama. At 120 pounds, still 5-2 lead for Schroeder over Hagen. No change there, 20 seconds left. At 120 pounds, Grant Gould wins by fall over Hoyt Mendenhall of Southwest Valley. Gould from Bedford. 540 for Gould. Chase Slayball wins by tech fall over Max Danker of Riverside. Slayball from ACGC will go up against Gould for third. Schroeder completed the win over Hagen, and he wins it 5-2. So it's Schroeder. Hagen will have another match going for fifth place at 138 pounds. At 126, Colin Harris of Atlantic with a rebound win over Triton Thomas of Centerville by fall at 444. He'll face Owen Becerra, Missouri Valley, who won by fall of 140 over Keaton Harlan of Winterset. At 132, well, get to 132 pounds. We are due for a break. So we'll take that back after this in 1 minute on KS95.
Since 1952, the family-owned Mertz Welding has provided quality welding and fabrication in Carson. They specialize in rebuilding and remanufacturing everything from light to heavy equipment with a variety of machines and welders. There isn't a job Mertz Welding can't handle. For more information, stop in at the shop in the west end of Broadway in Carson, or give them a call at 712-484-3821. Mertz Welding is a proud sponsor of Riverside Athletics.
This is Luke Meisheimer with Hoopy Hollow Ranch. We are a family-owned and operated ranch offering grain-finished lamb and beef along with free-ranged eggs. We are offering many different cuts to grace your table. For more information, visit hoopyhollowranch.com or check us out on Facebook, or you can always contact me at 641-745-0531 or Jody at 402-210-1698. Raised on our ranch to feed your family.
Chris Monty back with you at the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament, Southwest Valley High School in Corning. As let's update you, consolation semifinals at 132 pounds. Rex Shano of Riverside just got the win over Bryson Martin of Mount Ayr, 7-3. So Shano will go for third, and he will face Jet Christensen of Nottoway Valley, who beat Carver Hart from Centerville. 8-3 the final there. Christensen against Shano for third place at 132. At 138, Luke Schroeder of Missouri Valley just beat Landon Hagen 5-2. And he will face the winner of Lane Travis against Ty Ganser of ACGC. Travis from Creston. He is now up 3-1. And we also got a wrestling action going on at 144. Jack Brennan of Riverside against Jace Jensen of Winterset. And they are scoreless right now in that one. And Travis just took a 7-1 lead on Ganser. So it looks like Travis could be a rematch with him. Well, it could be him against Luke Schroeder there. in the consolation finals. Those are two ranked wrestlers that will go for third place. That's how tough some of these brackets are. Updating the team standings, Atlantic 189.5 points at a Riverside with 161. Winterset third with 129. ACGC fourth at 112.5. Our reports presented to you by Lyman Ag Supply. We thank Lee Sadoff for all of his support of high school sports and high school wrestling. Chris Varney, I'll talk to you later this hour on KS95.
Farmers don't choose seeds from a brochure. They choose it from relationships built over time. That's why Lee Sadoff with Channel Seeds at Lyman Ag Supply knows he's not just selling seed. He's helping protect your livelihood. From choosing the right products to checking crops through the season and standing with you long after harvest, Lyman Ag is there year after year. Expert guidance, trusted partnership, proven products. And remember, at Lyman Ag Supply, their goal is your profitability. Call Lee, 712-249-4988.
Start the new year off with one less thing to worry about by enrolling in AutoPay for your Griswold Communications bill. Matter of fact, once you're on AutoPay, you can simply forget it. Your Griswold Communications payment will be automatically debited from your bank account or charged to your credit or debit card each month. Visit griswoldcommunications.com or call 778-2121 to learn more.
Did not get the time. We'll get the time here momentarily. We're going to 150. That means Mason Hauser for Riverside against Dayton Guzman of Red Oak. Hauser is a freshman, 25-6. Guzman, a senior, 24-10. Travis still winning over Ganser. It's now 10-6. Ganser coming back, but running out of time. He still has a minute left, but Travis is going to be hard to turn over. Travis, though, still working. You don't want to get stalls. I mean, you could just sit there and stall your way out. The official, you at least look like you're trying to get up. If you just sit there and let them tug on you and not do anything, they'll stall you. Guzman gets the three over on Matt 1 and leads on Hauser. Reminder that these are consolation semifinals. The John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament. We're at 138 and 150 right now on the mats. There's a stall warning on Travis, but it comes right at the end. Travis wins 10-6. He still has another match to come, so he probably just want to sat there for a little while and conserve energy. And Ty Ganser of ACGC will wrestle for fifth against Landon Hagan of Atlantic. Now we move on at 144. Should be Charlie Christensen up next of ACGC. It is Broderick Phelps of Creston. 3-0 lead for Guzman still. And time running out on the first period. Phelps gets the quick takedown on Christensen. Christensen is a senior at 26-11. Phelps a senior at 31-10. Impressive record for Phelps. But he was not a number 4. He was seated, I think, 5th. He won in the first round at 127, then lost to Jack Brannon of Riverside by fall at 307. That put him in the consolation round. Beat Hobart of Centerville at 144 tech fall. No, I'm sorry, he didn't. He beat Hobart of Centerville and then beat Calhoun of Cam at 433. And Escape for Christensen. We got blood time for Guzman. Christensen. He's in bounds. He's trying to drag Phelps back in by one leg. We saw Gordon do that. Ooh, just dove for the 3, but he was out of bounds. They gave it to him. Wow. They gave it to him. Christensen gets 3. Phelps has to tie his shoelace. Still blood time for Guzman over on mat 1. Christensen takes the lead. I thought maybe he was out of bounds. Very close. Time running out here in the first period. It's been a good first period between Christensen and Phelps. And now Christensen trying to drag him over, but he's going to run out of time here. Oh, he's got him. Oh, he had a 1 count. Does he have it? Oh, time runs out. He's going to get 4 near fall, though. Wow, Charlie Christensen turns the tables on Broderick Phelps. What a nice little comeback in the period by Charlie Christensen. 8-3 with the lead. Hauser scrambling a little bit against Guzman. Hauser, remember, lost a tough one to Hayes, 4-1. And now Hauser coming back on Guzman. Hauser trying to finish the deal. And he does. 3:06. Mason Hauser, a good comeback there, and moves to the consolation finals at 150. And a pin for Christensen. And that comes at 2:53, I believe. The pin for Jensen over Brannon was at 2:48. So Brannon will go up against Phelps. Guzman will now wrestle for 5th at 150. So now we have on mat 2, though on your left is Cleaver of Missouri Valley against Blizik of Centerville at 150. On your right, it's Lucas Major of Shenandoah against Lane Stringer of ACGC. That's at 157. Luke Cleaver, Mo Valley's 23-5, a junior. Ben Blizik of Centerville, a freshman, at 22-13. And a 3-0 lead for Blizik. No, I'm sorry, it's Cleaver with the lead. And a pin over on mat number 1 for Lane Stringer. So Major was in the semifinals, and Stringer just beat him. It's like a wrestle back. I mean, you got to turn around and wrestle again. And now Major will have to wrestle again for 5th. Didn't get the time for Stringer. We'll get that momentarily. But that was fast. An escape for Blizik, but it's a commanding lead for Cleaver, 10-1. Make it 13-1 soon. Now it is. And here's Jackson Gordon against Matthew Nelson at 157, and Gordon gets a quick takedown. Lost a tough one to Jaden Harder of Atlantic. Gordon finishes the deal, and he finishes it in 38 seconds. The time for Charlie Christensen was 2:53. Yep, I had that. Hauser's time was 3:05. I had it at 3:06. Doesn't matter. Stringer, his time was 1:13. And he'll face Gordon. Matthew Nelson for Nottoway Valley will face Major from Shenandoah. So still waiting for the 150 to finish with Cleaver and Blizek, but Cleaver way ahead. And now Uriah Fry of Clark against Drevin Smith of Atlantic at 165, and Fry immediately with a takedown, and Smith in trouble. Fry is ranked 6th, only 2 losses on the year in 1A. And Fry trying to finish this one off after losing to Jax Jensen of Winterset. Smith just had a hard-fought win over Blake Schwartz of Panorama, won over a ranked opponent. Fry can't quite finish off Smith. Smith won't go quietly. 7-0 though, 4 near fall points. Now another count. And Fry flops over on his belly, but 4 more near falls. It's quickly 11-0. Fry continues, and he's got him on his back again. And this will be a tech fall if he doesn't get the pin. And he does. 115 for Fry. So Smith will wrestle for 5th. Drevin Smith of Atlantic, though, he has faced some tough competition. My guess is he has learned something in this tournament. 34-11 and a junior. And Smith beat Max Shano of Riverside, a ranked kid, ranked 4th. He beat him 7-4, but then lost to Jacob McCargill of Shenandoah by fall at 122. Smith came back and beat Briner of Mount Ayr by fall at 145, and then a wild 16-15 win over Blake Schwartz of Panorama, and now loses to another tough kid, Fry. But there's nothing to be ashamed about for Drevin Smith of Atlantic. And it looks like this match on Mount 1 is over. It's over even before it's really posted. Tyler Babe over Jackson Allen of Riverside. Somebody below us liked that one. I heard a kid say, wow, that was good. And Cleaver, apparently his match is finally complete at 150. So we get the final score of that. So we should have 165 and 175 on there. No, we're all the way up to 190. Mat 1 is Charlie Lillis of Shenandoah against Easton Brokaw of Clark. 2 Maroons going at it. And at 190, Fisher, or 165, Fisher Buckingham of Wayne with the early takedown on Max Shano. And that's to your left. Buckingham with the early 3-0 lead. That's at 165. Cleaver wins by tech fall at 150. And over Blizek. So Cleaver will wrestle against Mason Hauser of Riverside for 3rd. 157, Stringer against Gordon for third. 165, Fry will wrestle the winner of Buckingham and Shano. Lillis takes the 3-0 lead over Brokaw. And that's at 190. And Hedrington against Wetzel. Griffin Wetzel of Southwest Valley is on deck between Lillis and Brokaw. Stokes against Pettigrew on deck for Buckingham and Shano. That's on mat 2, which is the white one. An escape for Shano. He's back in at 3-1, but near falls for Lillis, and he's up 7-0. Fisher Buckingham of Wayne, a senior, is 36-5. Max Shano of Riverside, a freshman, is 32-7. So this is a tough opponent for Shano. Buckingham is rated 8th in 1A. Max Shano lost to Drevin Smith of the first round, 7-4. Max Shano rated 4th in 1A. So Shano has had to come back through the consolation rounds. He beat Gerlach of Cam by fall at 310. That was yesterday. Today he beat Martinez of ACGC 27-11. Then he beat Mason Allen of Central Decatur 4-1 in his last match. And now trailing Buckingham 3-1. Lillis has extended his lead over Brokaw to 11-0. Shano's got to put back his band, his ankle band. Shano has tied it up. Max Shano of Riverside. He earns the penalty and an escape to tie it at 3. That'll be a tech fall win for Lillis. Over Brokaw, so Lillis of Shenandoah moves on to the third place match. And Hedrington is up next against Griffin Wetzel of Southwest Valley. We still have 52 seconds left for Max Shano against Fisher Buckingham. Buckingham has a leg, trying to stay in bounds. Shano trying to sneak in behind him. Now the roles are reversed, but Shano's barely in bounds. Buckingham now, he's got a foot in bounds. Now they're out. Hedrington with a takedown, and he takes a 3-0 lead, and he's turning Wetzel over. Wetzel trying to hang on. Hedrington getting closer. He readjusts. Oh, and Wetzel rolls over. Rolls over on his belly. 4 near falls. And a takedown for Shano. And he takes a 6-3 lead. Hedrington completes the pin of Wetzel and does it at 1 minute. He's been consistent. He's at 1 minute, 1:01. What the hell? So 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So Hetherington one. One. Sorry about that. Shano with the lead over Buckingham. 6-4. Hetherington, the official time was 1 minute even. Hetherington had won 102 at 101, then lost to Christensen at 5:17, and now wins by fall at 1 minute. So a victory for Hetherington. He'll face Lillis of Shenandoah. 25 seconds left. Shano trying to hold on against Buckingham. Can Shano knock off Fisher Buckingham? He's ranked ahead of him. The other match at 2:15, Jason Morrow against Cutter Frisbee. Morrow of Centerville, a senior at 11-3. Frisbee of Central Decatur, senior 27-11. And Shano wins. Shano will go up against a tough one, though, Uriah Fry of Clark in for third. 165 is the toughest bracket in this tournament. Should be Stokes and Pettigrew next. We're getting to the end of this round. Fifth and sixth place were scheduled to start at 3 o'clock, and we were maintaining about an hour ahead of time. That means the championship matches should start at about 3-ish. So here's Laramie Stokes of Lennox, a senior 21-7. Jackson Pettigrew of Creston, a senior who is 3-1. $60 seconds to we go on the air at KS 95. Chris Vonnie here, the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament here on KS 95. Action rolls on here in the consolation finals. Our reports presented to you by Lyman Ag Supply. We're all the way up to 215 and 175 right now on the mat. Laramie Stokes of Lenox going up against Jackson Pettigrew of Creston. Pettigrew is a 3-0 lead in this consolation semifinal round matchup. And at 215, Jason Morrow of Centerville leads Cutter Frisbee of Central Decatur 3-0. We will take a break, and when we return, we'll update you on what else has happened here at the Harris Tournament. We're still about an hour or so away from the championship matches, and we're back in 1 minute on KS95.
Since 1905, F&B Bank has been partnering with you to ensure the best banking experience. Still today, F&B Bank is committed to be the stable partner that agriculture communities rely on. F&B understands the commitment, risk, and sacrifice you make every day in your business and way of life. F&B believes customer service and a handshake is what builds strong partnership and is committed to that partnership in our communities. Give F&B a call. Better yet, stop in. They're here to help you achieve your goals. F&B Bank, Fontenelle, Anita, Greenfield, and Messina. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Who can you trust to treat you fair and get you back on the road? J.D. Wyman Service on Main Street in Griswold. Big repairs or general maintenance. Trust J.D. Wyman Service to get you on the road fairly. You're a certified auto do-it-yourselfer. You like the smell of grease, and that's why when it comes to parts, you buy them at Wyman's Car Quest on Main Street in Griswold. Because you care about what you put in your vehicles. Trust the tires, parts, and tools from Wyman's Car Quest in Griswold.
All right, updating the consolation semifinals. At 126 pounds, Colin Harris of Atlantic wins by fall of 444 over Triton Thomas of Centerville. He'll move into the third place match against Owen Becerra of Missouri Valley, who wins by fall at 140 over Caden Harlan of Winterset. The losers of these consolation semis will wrestle for fifth. At 132 pounds, it was Rex Shano of Riverside beating Bryson Martin of Mount Ayr 7-3. Shano to third place, and he'll wrestle against Jet Christensen of Nottoway Valley, who gets the win over Carver Hart. And it was an 8-3 win. Hart over from Centerville. Hart against Martin for fifth. Shano against Christensen at 132 for third. At 138, it was Luke Schroeder of Missouri Valley winning over Landon Hagan in a tough match, 5-2. But Schroeder hung on over Hagan. Hagan will now wrestle for fifth against Ty Ganser of ACGC, who loses to Lane Travis of Creston 10-6. Schroeder is rated 8th in 1A, and Travis is rated 5th in 2A. And they're wrestling for third because Drew Anderson is going up against Max Pollock for the championship. Pollock is 7th in 1A, and Anderson is number 1 in 1A. At 144 pounds, it is Jace Jensen winning from Winterset, beating Jack Brennan of Riverside at 248. Brandon goes for fifth. Charlie Christensen gets the pin over Broderick Phelps at 253. Phelps from Creston. So Jensen against Charlie Christensen of ACGC for third. Brandon from Riverside will go against Phelps for fifth place. We'll take another break, and I'll update you at 150. We get through the middleweights here, and we're on to the heavier weights as well for the consolation semifinals of the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament, presented to you by Lyman Ag Supply. Back in 1 minute on KS95.
Union State Bank is a full-service bank established in 1890. We are a family-owned independent bank serving individuals, businesses, and farmers. With locations in Greenfield, Bridgewater, Corning, and Adair, Union State Bank offers competitive and personalized services. The courteous, helpful employees are there to help you with your every need. Union State Bank is an equal opportunity and housing lender and a member of the FDIC.
At the Seed Pros, we're more than just your local Pioneer seed dealer. We're a family operation helping you grow profitable success season after season.
My daddy sold chemical, soybeans, and corn.
That's right, Nora. From corn to soybeans to chemicals, we've got trusted Pioneer genetics and local knowledge to maximize profits.
And I get to ride in the tractor.
The Seed Pros, where the next generation is already in the field. Contact Mark Van Tiger, Gary Dinklin, Nick Knutson, or John Becker. We are with you from the word go.
All right, back here at the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament on KS95. At 150 pounds, Mason Hauser of Riverside with a win over Dayton Guzman of Red Oak by fall at 306. He'll face Luke Cleaver of Missouri Valley, who wins by tech fall over Blizek, Ben Blizek of Centerville. Hauser against Cleaver for third. Guzman against Blizek for fifth. At 157, it's Lane Stringer of ACGC winning by fall over Lucas Major of Shenandoah at 113. Stringer goes up against Jackson Gordon of Riverside, who beat Matthew Nelson of Nottoway Valley by fall in 38 seconds. Gordon against Stringer for third. Major against Nelson for fifth. At 165 pounds, Rex Shano of Riverside with a win over Fisher Buckingham of Wayne. That is number 4 beating number 8, 6-4. Shano will go for third place against Uriah Fry, who's rated 6th. Fry with the win over Drevin Smith at 115. It's been an interesting tournament for Smith, who's faced one of the toughest bracket here at the tournament at 165. And Buckingham will now face Smith, another ranked wrestler for Drevin Smith of Atlantic, at 175. And looks like Pettigrew just beat Stokes. Pettigrew from Creston over Laramie Stokes of Lennox, 5-3. So Pettigrew into the Concy finals. He'll go up against Tyler Bobb of Shenandoah, who won by fall, and I think it was pretty fast. I got to go back and look. It was in 31 seconds of Shenandoah. He'll go up against Pettigrew, and that was over Allen, Jackson Allen of Riverside. So Babe goes into third place. Pettigrew will Pettigrew will be his opponent. So I'll have to step aside here as my microphone is cutting out a little bit, so I'm going to have to replace mics. So we'll be back with you with another report coming up later this hour on KS95.
Remembering whether it's a home or away game, getting the right kid to the right playing field on the right day. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with auto owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. We work with independent agents who keep insurance simple so you can worry about more important things, like not being that fan. Oh, come on, ref! That's simple human sense.
Call Community Insurance in Audubon today at 712-563-4422 or stop by at 422 Tracy Street in Audubon.
Since 1952, the family-owned Mertz Welding has provided quality welding and fabrication in Carson. They specialize in rebuilding and remanufacturing everything from light to heavy equipment with a variety of machines and welders. There isn't a job Mertz Welding can't handle. For more information, stop in at the shop in the west end of Broadway in Carson or give them a call at 712-484-3821. Mertz Welding is a proud sponsor of Riverside Athletics.
According to the mission statement for Conductix Wampler, they are a leading global provider of energy and data transmission solutions to keep their customers' vital business moving. Basically, they care about the health and well-being of their employees, clients, and the community. Their goal is to do zero harm to the environment, and they understand that as a company, they are only as good as the people they have working for them. Conductix Wampler is a proud supporter of all area students and the community.
fall at 150 for Atlantic. So he's in for third against Morrow, Jason Morrow of Centerville. Morrow won over Frisbee at 4:56. That's Cutter Frisbee from Central Decatur. Are we rolling right into? Yeah, we're rolling right into fifth. They didn't even breathe. They rolled right into fifth place. And while I was having a technical issue, Sheeter of ACGC wins by fall at 3:45. And Dykes won his match in 48 seconds over Woolsey of Atlantic. So Woolsey for Atlantic will wrestle for fifth. And his opponent will be Maxwell Landers of Winterset. And when that will be when they cycle through. So you do get 45 minutes of break time, but right now it simply is they roll right through these fifth place matches. So fifth place is starting, what are we, a little after 2 o'clock, and we are an hour ahead of time. So it looks like championship matches will start at approximately 3 o'clock-ish. So these are fifth place matches. Sam Hansen of Panorama at 106 against Colton Herring of Riverside. Herring, a sophomore, 21-16. Hansen, a sophomore, 14-11. The one thing is that if you're wrestling for a championship, you definitely get a nice break. Herring of Riverside in control, 13-5. That's on mat 1. And that is on your right, the black mat. Make it 14-8 now. Well, right now things are not matching up on track. The scoreboard says 14-9, but yeah, now we're matched up. Looks like track wrestling is lagging a little bit behind. Meanwhile, on mat 2, it's close. Wyatt Collier of Mount Ayr leads Blake Holman of Panorama 5-4. And Holman, is he going to let him up? He let him up. And then shot back. And missed. So now he's trailing 6-4. But now takedowns are worth 3. A little Collier. Ooh, dangerous situation there. So, well, that's the end of the period. That's why they blow the whistle. Collier wins 6-4. And he takes 5th. Hansen trying to come back on Herrig. They're neutral. And now Triton Thomas against Caden Harlan. Thomas against Centerville, for Centerville. Harlan for Winterset. And a 3 for Hansen, and he's cut the lead down to 2. And then he let him up. So now Hansen needs a takedown to tie it. Oh, Herrick getting behind him after a shot missed by Hansen. And Herrick takes an 18-12 lead, and he'll win it. And at the buzzer, a reversal, but it'll be 18-14. So Herring wins at 18-14. On mat 1, Landon Hagen of Atlantic against Ty Ganser of ACGC at 138 pounds. And the early takedown for Ganser. Very similar color singlets. I've seen ACGC, and that's a different color that they're wearing there. Ganser changed singlets. Ganser with a takedown on Hagen. Ganser, a junior, 27-7. Hagen, a sophomore, 36-15. For 5th place at 138. Max Danker of Riverside. 1 for 5th. He got a fall at 128 over Mendenhall of Hoyt Mendenhall of Southwest Valley, who finishes 6th. Triton Thomas of Centerville with a win at 345 over Harlan of Winterset. Thomas, 5th place. Bryson Martin of Mount Ayr on mat 2, a sophomore, against Carver Hart of Centerville. Hart has a leg and a takedown. And he gets it with 13 seconds left of the period. And Martin gets up and breaks it for an escape. Neutral here in the second period, an escape for Hagen. And they're just a stare down right now. Who's going to flinch first? Hagen with a reach. Ganser with a shove. A shoot and a takedown. And near fall points for Hagen. Ganser gets back to his belly, but 4 near fall points and a 8-3 lead for Landon Hagen. Ganser trying to get back up. And we're 90 seconds from hitting the airwaves. On KS95. Time winding down here in the second period. Hagen holding on to outlast Ganser and takes that lead to the third. Martin and Hart are tied at 4. 30 seconds left of the second period there. They're neutral. Ganser starts down. Looks like Martin and Hart are going to the third tied. Chris Varney here at the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament on KS95, and Landon Hagen of Atlantic has taken the lead over Ty Ganser of ACGC in this battle for 5th place at 138 pounds. And Hagen was trailing in this match 3-1, but got a takedown, 4 near fall points in the second period. Gave up an escape, but came back with another takedown in the third period to take control against Ganser. So Landon Hagen with the lead with 50 seconds remaining. And now a reversal by Ganser. Ganser comes back and reverses Hagen And now Ganser is riding out Hagen. It's 11-6 now in this third period. There's 33 seconds left. Ty Ganser has to rally. He's down by 5 against Hagen. This is for 5th place. Every match counts. And now he's going to let him up. An escape for Hagen. It's 12-6. Ganser shoots immediately. And he's going to get another takedown to make it 12-9. Lets him up again. It's 13-9. They're going out of bounds, and they do go out of bounds to the left. So Hagen trying to hold on, maybe running out of energy. Ty Ganser. 13-9, Hagen with the lead. Our wrestling presented to you by Lyman Ag Supply. And right now, smart job as Hagen dances away from him and wins 13-9. Hagen with the victory for Atlantic, and he earns 5th place at 138. We'll step aside. More wrestling coming up with updates on these consolation 5th place matches after this 1-minute timeout on KS95.
For farm supplies, see Brumley Supplies in Carson. General Farm Supplies, nuts and bolts, just about everything you need to get whatever is broke on your farm fixed. Need a new hydraulic hose belt? Brumley Supply can do that for you. Maybe you just need a couple of adapters or fittings. They can handle that too. Conveniently located just outside of Carson. Give them a call at 402-680-5471. For all your farm supply needs, Brumley Supplies in Carson.
Messina Telephone Company understands that your internet connection should be available when you need it. Some internet providers cut corners by limiting your bandwidth during peak hours. Messina Telephone policy is to have bandwidth in reserve to prevent network congestion. Gaming and streaming video just works better with Messina Telephone's fast, reliable internet service. Call 712-779-2227 or messinatelephone.com. Messina Telephone Company is a proud supporter of CAM Athletics.
Semifinals in the upper weights, which we missed out in our last report at the end of the last hour. At 190 pounds, it was Charlie Lillis of Shenandoah, and he won by tech fall over Brokaw, Easton Brokaw of Clark. And Donovan Hedrington, I told you, had won at fall at 1 minute over Griffin Wetzel of Southwest Valley. So Lillis of Shenandoah against Hedrington of Atlantic, and 2 Hawkeye 10 wrestlers will battle it out for 3rd place. At 2:15, it was Traven Thomas of Atlantic winning by fall at 150 over Smith. It was Lonnie Smith of Griswold. And so Thomas wins by fall over Smith, and Thomas moves to the 3rd place match, and he'll face Jason Morrow. Morrow from Centerville, and that will be for 3rd place. Morrow beat Cutter Frisbee of Central Decatur. So Frisbee against Smith for 5th place. And then at heavyweight, 285, Oliver Dykes of Red Oak, a winner over Cooper Woolsey of Atlantic. Dykes wins in 48 seconds. Woolsey moves to the 5th place round match. Coming up, he'll wrestle against Landers. That's Maxwell Landers of Winterset, who lost to Jack Sheeter of ACGC by fall at 3:45. So you're up to date on the consolation semifinals. There, we'll take another break, update you on the 5th place matches in the lighter weights. The John J. Harris, we're getting close to the championship round. Back after this on KS 95.
Do the right thing, the best thing, do the battery thing. Grab a battery from Atlantic or Audubon Ag and Auto, your full-service, locally owned CarQuest Auto Parts store. Look, you've already had the "you need a new battery" talk for her car. No need to point fingers, start arguments, or test out the comfort level of that couch again. Why risk waking Precious up at 6 a.m. to jumpstart the car? Talk about a flat tire Friday. Avoid the Monday massacre, stay warm, and keep everyone's morning drama-free with the fresh CarQuest battery from Atlantic and Audubon Ag and Auto.
Where will you be in 2, 5, or even 10 years? Do you dream of a more fulfilling career with greater earning potential? Let Iowa Western help you achieve those goals. This is Cindy Wetterland, Iowa Western Cass County Director, and all of our Iowa Western instructors are dedicated to your learning, growth, and advancement towards reaching your greatest potential. The Atlantic Center offers a wide variety of college credit coursework with small class sizes to maximize your experience and opportunity to excel. Start working towards your degree by stopping into Iowa Western Cass County.
Fifth place matches and the consolation round at 106 pounds. It was Colton Herring of Riverside winning 18-14 over Ben Hansen of Panorama. And so Herring finishes in fifth place. At 113, it was Wyatt Collier getting the win from Mount Ayr. He's the 2 seed in the tournament, but he had lost all the way in the quarterfinals to Blake Holman of Panorama. And Collier, a rematch with Holman, beat him 6-4. So Holman beat him 19-14 in the front end. Collier gets revenge and wins in the back end for fifth, 6-4. At 120 pounds, Max Denker of Riverside. And he gets the win over Hoyt Mendenhall of Southwest Valley, 128. So Denker with the win there, and he gets fifth place at 120 pounds for Riverside. 126 pounds, it was Triton Thomas of Centerville. He wins by fall over Cade Harlan of Winterset at 348. So Thomas is fifth place. At 132, Bryson Martin is the winner there. Martin from Mount Ayr defeats Carver Hart 8-4. Carver from Centerville. Martin is fifth place. At 138, Landon Hagan gets the win 13-9 over Ty Ganser of ACGC. At 144, Broderick Phelps on the mat right now for Creston, and he leads Jack Brennan of Riverside 7-1. And at 150, Dayton Guzman of Red Oak leads Ben Blizik of Centerville 10-1. And they are in the third period of that match. At 144, Brandon has come back to tie it up at 7-7. 150 to go in the third period there. Let me check on what happened while I was reading off results. Brandon was down 7-0. Got an escape to start the second period. Got a takedown and then got near fall points. And we're early in the third period. And it looks like we now have an injury timeout for Phelps. So Phelps and Brandon tied at 7. We'll have to get you the results of that match coming up later on this hour. Our reports presented to you by Lyman Ag Supply and also brought to you in part by Atlantic Ag and Auto, Seed Pros, Community Insurance, Hoopie Hollow Ranch, Wyman's CarQuest, Lefty's Pump Plumbing, Heating, Air, Electrical, and Trenching, Brumley Supplies, Mertz Welding, Union State Bank, Griswold Communication, FNB, Messina Telephone, and Conductix Wampler. Chris Varney at the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament on KS 95.
Got a leak? A clog? Or maybe it's time for a brand new bathroom. Furnace or AC needs some attention? Or are you interested in floor heating? Call Fikes Plumbing and Services. Your trusted local experts in so many areas is now serving the Greenfield and Atlantic areas. From quick fixes to major renovations, Fikes Plumbing and Services has you covered with fast, friendly, and reliable service. With 30 years of service, Fikes licensed professionals tackle every job with care, ensuring your home stays comfortable and safe. Don't wait. Call Fikes Plumbing and Services today for your HVAC, plumbing, sewer, and septic needs.
Anita Supply Center is here for you. From the big jobs to the small tasks, we're here to help. Hi, this is Kim with a reminder of our hours, so when you need our help, we're here. Anita Supply Center is open Monday through Fridays, 7 to 5, and Saturdays, 8 until noon. We're here 6 days a week for all your building, landscaping, how-to projects, repairs, and more. We offer free in-home measurements, free estimates, and can help you put your ideas together. Anita Supply Center is open 6 days a week for all your
trainer checking to see if he's dizzy at all, maybe checking for a concussion here. She gently kind of leaned him back. I don't know for sure, but he seems to be okay. Oh, something's wrong. He's trying to walk it off. Brandon had come back here in this period. 7-7 tie now. So Lucas Major and Matthew Nelson underway over on mat 1 at 157. Major with the takedown and a pin. 102. Nelson in 6th, Major in 5th. That's at 157. Up next. Stokes against Babe, I believe. No, against Allen. All right, so we're back underway in this match. And Phelps takes an 8-7 lead. Laramie Stokes against Jackson Allen on 175. Ooh. 3 for Brannon. Brannon comes back and takes a 10-8 lead. We're in the third period, 45 seconds left. I don't think Brannon's going to do anything there, but he's content now to sit. If Phelps is going to stand there and they finally blow the whistle. Brannon was in a strong spot after getting the takedown to take the lead. If Phelps wasn't going to move, Brannon was content with that. Nothing is given so far before Allen and Stokes. Brannon now has to ride out the last 30 seconds. Well, he's got to get him back down. Ooh! Brannon has a foot in bounds. And even though Phelps is way out of bounds, he got near fall points. 16 seconds left. And Phelps is hurt again. At this point, he might have to injury default the rest of the way. There's only 16 seconds left, and he's down 14-8. We're going to help him up, but I think that might be it. No. Yep, that's it. Well, courageous effort there by Phelps, Broderick Phelps, just to continue after getting hurt before. But as he's walking back to the locker room, he's holding the back of his head. And when you're going for 5th place, I get it. You want to compete, but it's not worth getting injured over. Just you're down 14-8 with 16 seconds left. You call it a day. So Brannon moves on. I think maybe it'll be officially an injury default. There. Gooseman got a major decision, 13-2 at 150 pounds. Major a fall at 103. And now Buckingham against Drevin Smith. Buckingham with the early takedown. Smith gets up for the escape. Drevin Smith, junior from Atlantic, 36-12. Fisher Buckingham of Wayne, a senior at 36-6. Drevin Smith has faced tough competition at 165. And he takes down Buckingham to take the lead 4-3. Drevin Smith beat Shano, ranked 4th in 1A. Then lost to McCargill, ranked 2 in 2A. Then Smith beat Briner of Mount Air, who's unranked. And then he beat Schwartz of Panorama, who's ranked 9th in 1A. Then he lost to Fry of Clark, who's ranked 6th in 1A. And now he's facing Buckingham, who's ranked 8th in 1A. I don't think nobody else has faced a tougher bracket maybe than Drevin Smith. And he's leading 4-3, although Buckingham starting to turn the tables on it. Still over a minute to go in the period. Well, that's gonna be an official reversal after Smith lost the leg. And Buckingham takes a 5-4 lead. On the other mat, Jackson Allen has a 3-0 lead over Laramie Stokes of Lenox. And they're going to go to the second period there. And now we go to the second period for Smith and Buckingham. Buckingham with a 5-4 lead. So starting down to Smith, Buckingham up, and Smith breaks it. And we're tied at 5. Stokes right now on mat 1, riding out Allen. Oh, Smith almost, yeah, he gave up the 3. Buckingham takes an 8-5 lead. Back comes Smith. A reversal. And near fall. Smith pins him. Drevin Smith. What a tournament. He's going to earn 5th place, and he earned all of it. That is a great tournament by Drevin Smith. That is one of the hardest earned 5th place finishes in a tough bracket. He beat some 1A ranked kids, Shano, Schwartz, and Buckingham. That is, and he lost, there's no shame in losing to Fry or McCargill. Those are his losses. 5 ranked kids, and he went 3-2 against him. Really good stuff there. So Allen of Riverside maintains the lead over Stokes. Easton Brokaw of Clark now going up against Griffin Wetzel of Southwest Valley, and a 3 for Wetzel. Wetzel 30-15, Brokaw 15-15, a senior. And it looks like Allen got the win, finished it off with a 3-0 win. So Jackson Allen finishes in 5th place. Now we have all the way up to 2:15 here. Lonnie Smith of Griswold against Cutter Frisbee of Central Decatur. That's on mat number 1. Griffin Wetzel still leads 3-0. And against Easton Brokaw, that's at 190. Drevin Smith, the time was 2:55 on his fall. Now, that would be our case for our Elvis Haas match of the night. Or match of the day. It's a long day. Wetzel with a pin. With 8 seconds left of the first period. So 152. Wetzel in fifth for Southwest Valley. And now Woolsey for Atlantic against Landers of Winterset. Frisbee leading Smith 7-0. We're down to our final 2 matches for 5th place.
In those 3rd, 4th place matches. Please keep the corners of the match as clear as you can so that the people behind you can't see the match. Also, please keep the edges of the mat as clear as you can just to help.
And if Michael listening back out of the studio, we'll be going on the air wall to wall here on KS95 shortly because we'll be going to the championship round. Frisbee still leads 7-1. Woolsey with a takedown. Woolsey gets the pin in 41 seconds. So a good finish for Carter Woolsey. Or Cooper Woolsey, my apologies. Cooper Woolsey. Frisbee now against Smith, our last 5th place match. And then we get to the championship round.
We'll wait till match 1 finishes, and then we'll start the championship and 3rd place at the same time. We will not keep them the same. Once a match finishes, we will just keep them for the next one.
Smith getting a takedown. So Smith cuts it to 7-5. And they go out of bounds. Lonnie Smith, 23-12. This is at 215. Smith has been at heavyweight 285 most of the season. He's cut down to 215. Cutter Frisbee, a senior for Central Decatur, is 27-12. And they've already put the 3rd place match, and they've assigned that to mat number 2. At 106. An escape for Frisbee. He just give a point each. He just gave each a point. He gave both of them a penalty. I've never seen that before. I've seen penalties awarded before, but I've never seen a penalty on both. He just didn't like that exchange. The official. And now a takedown for Frisbee, and he's got a 12-6 lead with 20 seconds left of the 2nd period. Our final 5th place match. A wrestling friend of mine said that sometimes watching the heavyweights is watching paint dry. He's like, sometimes you just don't get much action when the big guys are out there. And a good fire that time by Frisbee. And now he's got Smith in trouble. And pins him 4-16.
Please clear the mats. We'll have our championship mats on mat 1, third, fourth on mat 2.
All right, Michael, well, I'm ready to go. We're ready to go wall to wall back in the studio. So get me on when you can.
Wrestling mat 2, 106, Fisher Graves, Clinton, Josh Nelson, Nottoway Valley. On deck, mat 1.
I'll have to push some spots back.
Wrestling mat 2, on deck. Carter Wooten, Shenandoah, 80 points, Central Decatur. In the hole, mat 1, Keeper Schroeder, Atlantic, Klein Keepers, Winter Set. In the hole, mat 2, Grand Gold, Bedford, Chase Slaybaugh, ACGC. Remember to please keep the edges clear as you can. Keep behind the coaches as clear. You only need a manager and the coach. You really don't need anyone else behind the coaches.
All right, here we go. Championship matches. And Michael, we need to get on the air as soon as possible on KS95. So Dayton Van Horn of Atlantic going against Hunter Husing of Missouri Valley. Third place matches going on simultaneously. And Fisher Graves of Clarinda against Josh Nelson of Nottoway Valley. The championship matches to your right. The black mat is mat number 1. Van Horn with a record of 35-11. Husing a record of 33-5. Husing was down 12-0 in the semifinals and came back to get a pin. And Chris Bonney broadcasting live of the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament. We are into the championship round. We go wall to wall here on KS95 simulcast on YouTube on Western Iowa Today TV. No more updates. We are live for the duration of the championship round. And underway, 106 pounds. It's Dayton Van Horn of Atlantic going up against Hunter Husing of Missouri Valley. And there's no score in the first period. Simultaneously, the third place match going on with Fisher Graves of Clarinda against Josh Nelson of Nottoway Valley. Nelson got an early takedown to take a 3-0 lead. But Van Horn and Husing are eyeing one another, and no one has any clear advantage. Now a shot by Van Horn, but Husing falls to his belly to defend. Now he stands back up, and now they separate. 20 seconds to go in the opening period. Van Horn has rolled through this tournament, so is Husing. And now Van Horn coming around on Husing, who gets to his knees. They both stand up. Boy, nothing happened. And that's going to be the end of the first period. A good move by Van Horn, but good defense by Husing. Nelson continues to lead 3-0 for Nottoway Valley. Van Horn is the 3 seed at 106. Husing is the number 1 seed. Van Horn had a bye in the first round. Beat Benjamin Abeld of Winterset by fall at 354. One of the semifinals over Nelson of Nottoway Valley with a takedown with 45 seconds left to win it 5-3. Van Horn starts down in the second period with Husing riding him. Right in the middle, nothing happening. Our coverage of the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament presented to you by Lyman Ag Supply. Also brought to you by Conductix Wampler, Messina Telephone, FNB, Griswold Communications, Union State Bank, Mertz Welding, Brumley Supplies, Lefty's Pump, Plumbing, Heating, Air, Electrical, and Trenching, Wyman's CarQuest, Hoopy Hollow Ranch, Community Insurance, Seed Pros, and Atlantic Ag and Auto. Houston continues to ride Van Horn in the middle. It is still scoreless. Houston, they're circling around one another now. Van Horn trying to slip away. Houston maintains control. Nelson leads on the third place match 3-1 over Graves. They're neutral with 39 seconds left of the second period. Meanwhile, Van Horn still scoreless with Houston. To his knees, Van Horn, but back down to his base. Houston continues to ride him out this whole period. Van Horn can't move. He's got a firm grip underneath the armpit, right? Actually, not under the armpits, right underneath the chest. Now Houston grabs at his head. Now he yanks at him. Van Horn hardly moves. Houston has rode him out this whole period. Houston will have a chance to go down in the third. Van Horn trying to stand up. 6 seconds left in the second. Van Horn can't get away. Houston rolls him over, and at the end of the period, no points scored. Graves has come back to lead over Nelson 4-3 as they start the third. They start the third of the championship match scoreless. And now Van Horn has to ride Houston. He turns him over. Houston grabs at his right foot. His left arm behind his head. Van Horn, now he moves his right arm to the right side. Now underneath the leg. Van Horn doing a good job of riding Houston here. It's still scoreless. 106 championship match. Van Horn readjusts. Now his right hand is up, right up the backside. Van Horn still right. Houston slides a little bit to the right. Now Houston in a good spot. It's got Van Horn dangerous. Could be 2 for a reversal. Van Horn trying to hold on. Houston, and he gets the 2 reversal. Houston takes a 2-0 lead. Van Horn now is being ridden. Boy, it was a very dangerous predicament for Van Horn. He was nearly to his back and could have been pinned. And he's lucky he only gave up the 2 points on a reversal. There's now 45 seconds left in this third period. Houston with a 2-0 lead. Van Horn needs a reversal or he needs an escape and takedown. 33 seconds left. Van Horn tries to stand up. They go tumbling out of bounds to the right. Van Horn runs back to the center. Nelson has come back to lead 6-5 over Graves. They're neutral. 30 seconds left. Van Horn trying to get away from Houston. Houston grabs him. And now we got clenched fist. And that might be a penalty for Van Horn. 1 point for Van Horn. So, a penalty awarded on Houston. Van Horn needs an escape to tie. 18 seconds left. He did not get away the whole second period. Now Houston trying to hold on to win. 10 seconds left. Van Horn trying to twist away. Houston holding on. 5 seconds left. Van Horn cannot get away. 1 second left, and Houston wins 2-1. Meanwhile, Nelson won for third, 6-5. We're back in a minute on KS95.
Are you wrestling with where to purchase?
Did you know that Mexican food is considered to be healthy?
What?
How do you figure?
Almost every dish has vegetables. Salsa, all vegetables. Guacamole, avocados, and corn tortillas. They're naturally gluten-free.
Okay, I get it. Tacos, lettuce and tomato. So Rancho Grande for dinner?
Race it to the car.
Add more vegetables to your diet at Rancho Grande Atlantic, and then you can indulge in a guilt-free margarita, imported beer, or dessert. Choose a healthier option at Rancho Grande. Open 7 days a week.
Stein delivers more new genetics faster. Our focus on delivering higher yielding genetics faster than the competition is why we have released more new Enlist E3 lines in the past 5 years than any other seed company. For elite genetics paired with simple, flexible, and effective weed control, plant Stein Enlist E3 soybeans. Stein has yield. 45 years of yield. Learn more at steinseed.com.
For more information, contact Trey Bricks at 712-249-2503.
Over. And Sebastian Brooks of Winterset with a pin over Deegan Farwell of Southwest Valley. I didn't even get the time. It was so fast. Basically, it was over before it started. Brooks took him down, yanked him to the left, got near fall points, and then was able to get it, and then he kind of let him go a little bit. He rode him a little bit to the near side and then pinned him. And now we go on to 120, and Keaton Schrader of Atlantic going up against Kane Kibberts of Winterset. Brooks falls in 42 seconds. So Sebastian Brooks of Winterset is the champ at 113. They're just cycling through in the championship matches. So Schrader of Atlantic, 36-8, a sophomore against Kibberts, a sophomore at 23-5. Schrader, the number 1 seed, Kibberts, the number 2 seed. They're both wearing yellow singlets. If you're watching on YouTube, powered by Nistanet, technically awesome. No score, just gyrations back and forth by both. And Schrader trying to advance on Kibberts. Atlantic with a commanding lead in the team standings with 213.5 points to Riverside at 192. It looks as if Atlantic will go back-to-back as team champ at the John Jay. In the third place match at 113, that's still going on. Wooten of Shenandoah leads Folks of Central Decatur 4-3 in the second period. So far, nothing scored here between Schrader and Kibberts. They're both on their knees. They flop down and get back up, separate. A little love tap given by Schrader. Schrader had a bye in the first round. Then he beat Max Danker of Riverside by tech fall. Won over Hoyt Mendenhall of Southwest Valley in 51 seconds. Kibberts had a bye and beat Riley Becker of Cam by tech fall. And then a hard-fought 5-1 win over Chase Slaybaugh. Time running down in the first period and nothing doing. A lot of action by both wrestlers. They're just kind of using their arms, going at each other's head, waiting for the other to make a mistake. So no score. We go to the second period. Kibberts will start down. We'll see now how Schrader does with the ride. Dayton Van Horn, a tough loss for Atlantic in the finals. Schrader having trouble with Kibberts now. He's got one foot kind of down. The other foot is on his knee. Trying to get him down. Kibberts still trying to stand up. Kibberts leans. Now he's got him on his belly. Finally getting him down to the mat is Schrader. And now Keaton will begin to ride. He tried to yank on Kibberts. Now Kibberts gets to his base. Schrader's got one leg on it. Now Kibberts stands up. Schrader's got to get him down, otherwise he'll get a stall. He does. The left legs are locked, and Schrader is hanging on to the left side of his body, continuing to ride. Now he lets loose of that left leg, and now Kibberts has it floating. It was locked, but Schrader still he still has it cut underneath it. Still no score in this match. 40 seconds left of the second period, and Schrader has ridden him the entire time. Kibberts trying to stand up again. He gets to one knee. Now he's sitting up. And now Schrader gets at his face, and now again trying to stand up as Kibberts. And again, Schrader shoves him back down to his belly. And now, in the last 10 seconds, Schrader, all he's trying to do is finish this one out and not give up any points. And it looks like he's going to accomplish it. Kibberts, one last-ditch effort, reaching for something, and he can't find it. And Schrader rode him the entire period. So we go to the third, and it's Schrader's turn to go down. And he's going to have to fire quick on Kibberts. Wooten trailing Folks 8-7 for third place at 113. Oh, man, Kibberts didn't even try to ride him. He just let him up. 1-0. The lead for Schrader. And back they go. They were even-steven in the first period when they were neutral. And now Kibberts able to grab a leg. Schrader reaches across and grabs behind his left butt cheek. Head to butt, butt to head. Schrader leads 1-0. Schrader now goes low. He's right on top of Kibberts. And what do we got? A 3-point has been given to Schrader. They're going to give a takedown to Schrader, and he leads 4-0. So the takedown comes at about 1:15 left of the third period, and Schrader extends his lead. He just outworked Kibberts for that takedown. Folks won for third for Central Decatur over Wooten of Shenandoah. It was 10-7. Schrader continues to ride Kibberts. You wonder how much is left in that gas tank for Klein Kibberts. Kibberts again trying to stand up. Now he reaches behind Schrader's head. Oh, now they roll over. Oh, he had Schrader on his back, and now Kibberts is on his back. Oh, it was a dangerous spot for Schrader, but Kibberts, it was a rollover, and somehow Schrader holds on. And now Kibberts is hardly moving. It was his last-ditch effort, and it may have been it. 8 seconds left. And Keaton Schrader is going to win at 120 pounds, the champion for Atlantic. They're going to say it was 4 near-fall points for Schrader, and he wins 8-0. We're back in 1 minute on KS95.
Do the right
When it comes to your investments, I know you have a choice. Hi, I'm Mark Smith, a certified financial planner and registered investment advisor with Principal Financial Group. Today, I want to say thank you, Southwest Iowa. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to serve the community for 39 years. Over the years, you've given me the opportunity to get to know you and your family. Thank you for your trust, your confidence, and most of all, your relationship. If I can help you with your financial plan, please give me a call at 712-243-2466. Mark Smith, Principal Financial in Atlantic.
Need expert excavation work done right? Call Harrison Hoyg Excavation, your local pros in site prep, grading, and land work. From homes to driveways, landscaping to construction, we handle it all with safety, precision, and modern equipment. Storm damage? We're ready for emergency excavation when you need us most. Based right here in Atlantic, Iowa, we proudly serve our community and surrounding counties, on time and on budget. Call Harrison Hoyg Excavation today at 712-249-5137 or email harrison at hchexcavation.com.
Back here at the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament on KS95, Chris Vonnie along with you. Kingston Kerrigan has a 6-2 lead over Kyler Parsons of Creston in the finals at 126. And Kerrigan brought him down again and has Parsons on his side, and he leads 9-2. It was pretty much a takedown, escape. And now Parsons stands up. Kerrigan picks him up, or tried to, then tries to yank him down. He gets him back down again. Third place, and now he let him up, 9-3. Chase Slaybaugh was the winner of third place at 120 pounds for ACGC. He wins by fall at 52 seconds over Grant Gould of Bedford. And another 3 for Kerrigan. And he's leading 12-3 and dominating. Colin Harris is wrestling against Owen Becerra of Missouri Valley, and that is for third place, and Harris leads 3-0. But Kerrigan seems like he can do whatever he wants to here with Parsons. And he runs out of time. He was picking Parsons up again. The flip is won by Kerrigan. It's his option. I guess he's going to just go stay at neutral, take him down again. Kerrigan going for the tech fall. But they're trailing Atlantic by 21.5 points. They need takedown. They need falls. Parsons gets around on the back of Kerrigan, but then they fall over backwards. Kerrigan has him on his back. Maybe he'll get the fall after all. He's got near fall points. Maybe it's going to be a tech fall, unless he can complete this for the pin. Kerrigan's still trying to fight for that pin, but it's going to be a tech fall. If Parsons can squeeze away, he does, and that should end it. Tech fall win for Kerrigan. Kingston Kerrigan, the champ at 126. Colin Harris leading 8-0 in third place at 126. And we're back in 1 minute. We move to 132 after this on KS95.
Make sure you're getting the best coverage for you at the most competitive rate. Hi, this is Nick Carnes with Brocker Carnes & Carnes. We are an independent insurance agency that offers coverage for your home, auto, life, farm, and everything in between. But mostly we are here to help. As an independent agency, we can shop around for the best rates and coverages from multiple companies. Stop by one of our offices or go to brockercarnes.com for a quote on your insurance. Let Brocker Carnes & Carnes help you get the best coverage at a competitive rate.
Company understands.
Pass against Judah Gurwell of Winterset in the finals at 132. It's scoreless with 1:06 to go in the first period. Colin Harris of Atlanta going for 30, leads Owen Becerra of Missouri Valley 8-0 in the second period. And Gurwell and Haas both wearing bright yellow. And Haas trying to hold on, a shot. Gurwell grabs him and takes him down. Gurwell's the 1 seed from Winterset, a senior at 15-2. Haas, the senior, the 2 seed at 40-6, and Gurwell takes a 3-0 lead. Harris, meanwhile, going to the third period with an 8-0 lead. So Gurwell now riding Haas. Haas a win over Tucker Olson of Tri-Center by fall in the first round of 124. Then he beat Colt Key of Creston with a great name by fall at 136. And then he topped Jet Christensen of Nottoway Valley, another great name, by Tech Fall. Now they go out of bounds after Haas had gotten up. Gurwell for Winterset, a bye in the first round. A Tech Fall win over Carver Hart of Centerville. And then another tech fall win over Rex Shano of Riverside. Haas is ranked 7th at 132. I don't believe Gerwell, he is not ranked. So Gerwell leads 3-0 as we go to the second. Haas will be down. Harris still leads 8-0 with just over a minute to go in the third period. By the way, you can follow all the action live online on our YouTube channel, Western Iowa Today TV. It's free. You don't have to pay a thing. Gerwell continuing to ride Haas. Gerwell with the 3-0 lead. Haas getting to his base. Gerwell still right underneath his belly with the grip. Haas trying to stand up. He does. He tried to break the grip. Now he's trying to get around, and he gets 2 for the reversal. He tried to stand up, and then he gets around, and he gets the reversal. Haas cuts the lead to 1. And now it is the shoe on the other foot. Haas is now riding Gerwell, and they're going to go out of bounds on the top of the mat. 3-2, Gerwell with the lead, but Haas has turned it around about the midway point through the match. Gerwell tries to fire. Haas, Gerwell standing up. Haas has to get him back down. Gerwell breaks it. He runs away from him, and it's 4-2 Gerwell, and they're neutral. Haas shoots. Gerwell trying to flip. Now he's got draped on his back. Haas has him draped on his back. Haas, they're head to toe, toe to head. Haas trying to get around on him. Gerwell has at his legs, but he's losing his grip. Haas is down on his knees, turning it around. Haas working and gets the 3. Braxton Haas leads 5-4 with 30 seconds left of the second. Haas first lead of the match. Championship at 132. Up next, Drew Anderson of Riverside against Max Pollock of Wayne at 138. Harris, I believe, was a winner. Didn't see the final score. We'll catch on that later. Rex Shano against Jet Christensen for third at 132. Haas still riding out. It'll be the end of the second period. What a nice maneuver by Haas to take a 5-4 lead. So we go to the third period, and it'll be Gerwell down. Haas continues to ride. Harris was a winner, 9-3, the final score. So Harris gets third. And an escape immediately by Gerwell, and we're tied at 5. So here we go. Gerwell with a yank. Haas trying to get behind him. Gerwell gets on top. Haas trying to get behind him. He's got a leg, and he got him down for 3. Braxton Haas with the takedown and takes an 8-5 lead with 1:30 to go in the third. Haas then yanks on him, and he's got him on his back. Near fall points for Haas. What a great maneuver. And now Gerwell back to his belly, but Haas extends the lead. They haven't given it to him yet. I don't know if it's 3 or 4. It gave him 4. 12-5, Haas with the lead. Haas continues to ride with a minute to go in the third period. Braxton Haas has been a technician here in this second and third period. Gerwell stands up, and Haas brings him right back down, and they go out of bounds to the right. 46 seconds left. Shano and Christensen still scoreless for third at 132. 138 up next. Gerwell trying to fire. Haas still has a grab on him, and they're going to go out of bounds to the far right. Right into the winner's head coaches. All right, Gerwell trying to fire again. Haas able to get him back down to his knees. 33 seconds left. Haas the 2 seed. Gerwell the 1 seed, but Haas trying to hold on for the win He's up 12-5. And Gerwell maybe has run out of gas. Braxton Haas trying to finish this one off. He got his 40th win of the year, beating Olson of Tri-Center in the first round. This would be for win number 43. And Braxton Haas is going to do it. He's the champion at 132 pounds, 12-5. We're back in 1 minute on KS 95.
Since 1952,
What's it mean to be in good hands? It means you get an expert agent who's in it for the long haul. We'll get to know you and be there for you as your coverage needs change. I'm Craig Hummel at Hummel Insurance Services, and we work with Allstate Insurance. Let us help you choose the right amount of protection to meet your needs and see for yourself what it means to be in good hands. Call Hummel Insurance Services or stop in anytime.
Cass Health in Atlantic, Iowa is a nationally recognized hospital, and we are proud of the awards and all of our recent accomplishments. But do you know what drives us to be the very best? You. We're passionate about helping our patients heal and feel their very best at any age and any stage of life. Cass Health, neighbors, care.
And he is 33-1 coming in. And so far, 3-0 on the season. And he gets another takedown over Pollock, and he's quickly out to a 6-1 lead. Anderson is as good as it comes in the state. And he's on a mission this year after not winning the championship last year. Anderson, 34-1. Pollock is 28-0. He has not lost this year. But he's facing Anderson. Pollock beat Lane Travis of Creston in the semifinals, who's ranked 5th in 2A. Pollock ranked 7th in 1A. But Anderson wants to give him his first loss of the year, and he's up 6-1. 25 seconds left of the opening period. Meanwhile, the third place match at 132 is still going on. Christensen of Nottoway Valley, Jet Christensen leads Rex Shano 1-0. Anderson has him almost cradled up that time, and he gets near fall points. He gets 4 and takes a 10-1 lead with 3 seconds left. Anderson is dominated, and they'll go to the second period. Meanwhile, a flurry at the end of the second period between Shano and Jet Christensen. And now we got blood time going on there. And Shano leads 3-1. So blood time there. We start the second period with Anderson. Drew Anderson leading Pollock 10-1. Pollock trying to stand up, and Anderson yanks it back down. Now Anderson trying to kick at him with his legs. I don't know if that's allowed. And because Anderson flew him on his back and got 4 more points. Well, they gave him 3 near fall points. 13-1. Anderson dominating. Anderson doesn't care. He'll pin you. He'll tech fall you. He got him on his back again. He got 3. Did he get 2 or 3? If it's 3, it's over. He got 2. It's 15-1. He just has to yank him on his back again. Twice he's cradled him on his back and got near fall points. He got 5 near fall. Now a reversal by Pollock. Anderson loses his grip, and Pollock reverses him. With 1:04 to go in the second period, it's 15-3 now. I don't know how many times Anderson has been reversed this year. Probably not many. But Pollock did it. Anderson stands up and gets the escape, and now he just needs a takedown to end it. And Anderson gets around him, grabs his legs. He grabs one leg, trying to finish it off. Trying to trip him up. The only sport, wrestling, the only sport where you can trip somebody and get points for it. And there it is. And that does it. A tech fall win for Anderson. 19-3. I have to ask him when the last time he was reversed. But Anderson will go to 37-1, and he's the champion at 138. Up next at 144, it's Kason Watson of Central Decatur against Hayden Roush of Shenandoah. And we're back in 1 minute on KS 95.
Got a leak? A clog? Or maybe it's time for a brand new bathroom. Furnace or AC needs some attention? Or are you interested in floor heating? Call Fikes Plumbing and Services. Your trusted local experts in so many areas is now serving the Greenfield and Atlantic areas. From quick fixes to major renovations, Fikes Plumbing and Services has you covered with fast, friendly, and reliable service. With 30 years of service, Fikes licensed professionals tackle every job with care, ensuring your home stays comfortable and safe. Don't wait. Call Fikes Plumbing and Services today for your HVAC, plumbing, sewer, and septic needs.
When your home or business has been affected by water, fire, smoke, or mold, and you don't know what to do next, we do. From one room to multiple levels, we can do it all while working with you and your insurance company. Service Master by Rice is your local experts for residential and commercial restoration, offering emergency services 24/7, 365. To set up services, call 712-243-5373 with phones answered 24/7. Service Master by Rice serves all of Western Iowa.
Meanwhile, Hayden Roush, Shenandoah, Kason Watson. Looks like Roush with a takedown. He leads 3-0. But we're in overtime. It's the first overtime match in this arena, in this gym. We had an overtime match in the other gym, but not here. For third at 132. And they go out of bounds on the near side. Jet Christensen of Nottoway Valley and Rex Shano of Riverside. And Luke Schroeder of Missouri Valley and Lane Travis are waiting for this one to get finished, so they wrestle for third at 138. This one has taken forever because there's been blood time. And there's the two by Riverside's Shano, and he pumps his chest and gets the win 7-4 in overtime. Shano able to get around and get the win in sudden victory. Max Shano of Riverside will step aside. The championship match still going on at 144. We're waiting for 150 with Calvin Hayes going up against Ryder Klein. And that's ACGC versus Atlantic. We're back in a minute on KS 95.
Hello, I'm Elvis Haas with Elvis Haas State Farm, and we're more than just an insurance agency. We're part of the community, and we hope to soon be part of your family in helping you understand your coverages. We meet with people just like you every day to help prepare them for what life throws at them, covering your auto, home, farm, business, life, and financial services. We help walk you through everything, and we're here for your support. Stop by our location at 1/2 block west of the courthouse. Check us out at Facebook or call 712-243-4824. Elvis Haas State Farm is there.
Farmers don't choose seeds from a brochure. They choose it from relationships built over time. That's why Lee Satoff with Channel Seeds at Lyman Ag Supply knows he's not just selling seed. He's helping protect your livelihood. From choosing the right products to checking crops through the season and standing with you long after harvest, Lyman Ag is there year after year. Expert guidance, trusted partnership, proven products. And remember, at Lyman Ag Supply, their goal is your profitability. Call Lee, 712-249-4988.
45 seconds left of the second period. Watson, a senior, is 36-5. Roush, a junior, is 39-4. Roush now riding Watson. And Roush losing control, and a reversal for Watson, and he takes the 5-4 lead. I don't know what happened there on Roush, but he just simply lost the grip. And Watson pounced. Roush is at his base. Watson Now trying to yank him over. He ain't going to budge when you're at your base. He's got to try and get him back on his stomach. Roush is not moving. And that's the end of the second period. So Watson leads 5-4 over Hayden Roush as they go to the third period. And meanwhile, for third place at 138, it's Luke Schroeder of Missouri Valley, Lane Travis of Creston. Those two guys are both ranked at 138. Travis is ranked 5th at 138 in 2A. And Schroeder is ranked 8th in 1A. And Roush just got a takedown on Watson, and he retakes the lead 7-5. We're waiting for 150 and Calvin Hayes of Atlantic. And we'll update you on this match. We're back in 1 minute here on KS95.
This is Luke Meisheimer with Hoopy Holler Ranch. We are a family-owned and operated ranch offering grain-finished lamb and beef along with free-ranged eggs. We are offering many different cuts to grace your table. For more information, visit hoopyhollerranch.com or check us out on Facebook, or you can always contact me at 641-745-0531 or Jody at 402-210-1698. Raised on our ranch to feed your family.
Sometimes you gotta go left to get it right. Lefties in Messina, to be exact. Since 1967, Lefties has been handling pump, plumbing, heating, trenching, and electrical duties for Southwest Iowans like you and me. But where Drew and the gang really excel is your plumbing and heating needs. Talk about handy. If you were to remodel your kitchen or bathroom, you'd have to call in an electrician and a plumber. With Lefties, you get both. For all your pump, plumbing, heating, trenching, and electrical, call Lefties at 712-779-3392 or Drew at 712-779-0016.
Case and Watson in the finals at 144 here on KS95. Chris Varney here at the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament. Jack McKee, our videographer, powered by Nishtanet. We're on YouTube at Western Iowa Today TV. Third place at 138, and it's a 1-0 lead for Lane Travis of Creston. It just got an escape with 20 seconds to go in the second period. Travis and Schroeder went after one another that time. Looked like one would get a takedown. Nobody got a takedown. 18 seconds left for Roush to try and win this for Shenandoah. They've been in the top 5 in the point standings. They go somersaulting over, and now they release, and now it's 7-6. Watson with 2 seconds left. He's not going to do it. Roush wins 7-6. Hayden Roush, the champ for Shenandoah. They're starting the third period for third at 138, and Travis leads 1-0 over Schroeder. But now we have Calvin Hayes of Atlantic against Ryder Klein of ACGC for the championship at 150. Carter Richter still to come for ACGC at 215. Jaden Harder up next for Atlantic at 157. Caleb Christensen for Nottoway Valley. Ashton Honnold to come. Wyatt Bell will go up against Carter Richter. We're underway here between Hayes and Klein, and they're just eyeing each other and looking for a weakness. Klein gives him a little love tap. Hayes trying to twist and turn. He shoots, but Klein flops and defends. And now they stand back up. And by the way, Travis and Schroeder are tied at 1. And now Klein gets a leg. Hayes is hopping. Klein picks him up. And Hayes fell back down on one leg. Hayes still hopping. Klein doesn't know what to do with it. And then Klein gets him down, doesn't finish it, still has the leg, doesn't have the other one. They're close to going out of bounds on the far left. Klein has one leg in. Now he grabs around the back of Hayes' head. He's using a lot of time to get no points. He's trying to yank him back. He's bringing him back in the circle. Then he trips him, and he gets the 3. He brought him back, and Ryder Klein takes a 3-0 lead. The only sport where tripping is legal. If you do that in football, that's a 15-yard penalty. Ryder Klein with the lead. Luke Schroeder got the fall over Lane Travis for third place at 138 with 17 seconds left in the match. That's a minor upset. So Luke Schroeder of Missouri Valley with the win. And now they go out of bounds at the end of the first period. So Klein with a 3-0 lead on Calvin Hayes. Now at third place at 144, it's Jace Jensen with an early 3-0 lead on Charlie Christensen of ACGC. So 2 Chargers on the mat at the same time. One for a title, the other for third. Klein starts off the second period up, and Hayes down. Hayes trying to get to his feet. Klein right around his waist. Now goes to his chest. He still has that one leg. Hayes has been hopping a lot. Now he let go. Hayes standing up, and Hayes breaks it for the escape. And it's 3-1 Klein. Klein is ranked 10th in Class 1A. Hayes unranked in 2A. Hayes is 25-10. Klein is 35-2. They're neutral. Klein with a 3-1 lead. Hayes shoots. Grabs a leg now. It's his turn for 1. He needs to finish it off. Klein in a sitting position. Reaching back at the legs of Hayes. Hayes diving and circling. Klein trying to hold on. Hayes getting closer. Klein losing his grip. Hayes gets the 3 and takes a 4-3 lead. Calvin Hayes now on top. And now riding Klein in the middle of the mat. Jace Jensen, a winner, set on top of Charlie Christensen of ACGC 3-1. Now Klein trying to stand up. Hayes gets him back on one knee. Hayes holds on. Klein stands up, barely. Klein, the knee lavers. And now Hayes has one leg. Klein hopping. Hayes has to get him down. Klein squirms away and gets the escape. With 12 seconds to go in the second period, we're tied at 4. Hayes did not want to get a stall call there, and so we'll go to the third, all tied up. Jensen leading Christensen for third at 144. It's 3-1. So we start the third period. Klein will be down. Hayes will try to ride. And Hayes goes to work. Klein stands up, breaks the grip, and he takes a 5-4 lead on the escape. And now the pressure on Hayes. They are neutral, and they circle each other, eyeing the other wolf across them. Ryder Klein of ACGC, Calvin Hayes of Atlantic, 1A versus 2A. And it's a tight one. They Klein is dancing back and forth a little bit. Now they lock heads and arms, and now they separate. No one giving an inch. 1:15 to go in the third period. Now a shot by Klein. Grabs another leg. Hopping again is Hayes. Klein trips him. Does he finish it? They're close to going out of bounds. It's not yet. Doesn't have both. And now he's got it. Ryder Klein takes an 8-4 lead. 55 seconds left in the third period. Hayes has to find a way to rally. Klein still has a foot in bounds, and now they go out of bounds on the top of the map. 45 seconds left for Ryder Klein to hold on. Calvin Hayes of Atlantic needs to come back. Hayes is trying to shake the cobwebs off of something from his leg. But he settles back down, and Klein will ride him. 40 seconds left. Hayes standing up. Hayes on his feet. Klein's got to get him down, and Hayes breaks it. And now he needs a takedown to tie with 30 seconds left. Klein with an 8-5 lead. Hayes shoots and misses. Klein defends. I haven't seen any stall warnings at all. Klein would probably be stalling now. He's got an 8-5 lead. 15 seconds left. Hayes yanks. He's got nothing there. Klein holding on. 8 seconds left. Scramble. Klein gets away. Hayes tries to go. Klein pushes him away. And that's it. A last second shoot. Ends up with oxygen. And Ryder Klein wins it 8-5. That was a good match. Calvin Hayes, a good effort, but it comes up short against Ryder Klein of ACGC. And we're back in 30 seconds at 1:57 with Jaden Harder on KS95.
Start the new year off with one less thing to worry about by enrolling in AutoPay for your Griswold Communications bill. Matter of fact, once you're on AutoPay, you can simply forget it. Your Griswold Communications payment will be automatically debited from your bank account or charged to your credit or debit card each month. Visit griswoldcommunications.com or call 778-2121 to learn more.
Their goal is your profitability. Call Lee, 712-249-4988.
All right, Jaden Harder of Atlanta going up against Tully Wood of Wayne. We're scoreless as we start this 157 championship. Tully Wood ranked 4th in 1A. With a record of 34-4 coming in. And he's 3-0, so 38-4 for Wood. Jalen Harder, a record of 40-7, and he's 3-0, so 43-7. And still no score. And they're right towards the middle, towards the near side of the mat. Harder and Wood. This again, 2A versus 1A. Some of the best in 1A. Harder is ranked 8th in 2A. How does that fare? 8 versus 4, but they're in different classes. And now Wood grabs at the bottom of the leg of Harder. Harder twists around and grabs at the foot of Wood. Wood still has that leg, and he has it moved up to the backside, and now Wood gets behind and gets the 3. And Wood takes a 3-0 lead. And Harder, that's going to be, we're coming to the end of the first period. Harder still trying to scramble, but Wood holding on. Harder just gets up into a ball, and that's the end of the period. Jace Jensen, a winner set one over Charlie Christensen, 15-8 for third at 144. So now Mason Hauser, a Riverside, against Luke Cleaver of Missouri Valley for third at 150. And now Harder reverses. He was down to start the second period and reverses to start. And now only down 1. He reverses Tully Wood. And now Harder is on top and riding Wood. Now Wood stands up trying to break the grip. Harder's got to get him back there. He's just got to let him go. He does. An escape for Wood, who now leads 4-2. But Harder back in it. Jaden Harder beat Coppin Athletics in the first round by fall of 340. A win over Avila of Creston by tech fall. And then a semifinal win at 437 over Jackson Gordon in a thriller. And Wood got a fall at 45 seconds, a fall at 141, and a fall at 140 in the semis when he beat Lucas Major of Shenandoah. They separate now. Under a minute to go, and the whistle is blown. Tully Wood rips off his headgear. Jaden Harder's in the middle of the mat. Wood, I don't know what's going on here. Wood's got an equipment problem. He needs a new headgear, that's what it is. He was looking up into the stands. I thought maybe somebody was barking at him. No, he was looking probably to his parents. It's like, give me my new headgear. How many pieces of headgear do you think a wrestler goes through throughout a season? I apologize. A little thing in my throat, and we're back going. 4-2. Wood with the lead over Jaden Harder of Atlantic. 25 seconds left in the second period. Hauser and Cleaver still scoreless there. Not much happening there. There's a stretch lead there. Harder grabs a leg, but he's running out of time of the period. They're tangled up. Harder now with 5 seconds left. Harder leans more. Harder, and he runs out of time. Just started too late. So we go to the third, and Jaden Harder trailing 4-2 against Tully Wood of Wayne. Next up at 165, Jacob McCargill of Shenandoah against Jax Jensen of Winterset. So Wood starts down here in the third period, Harder up. But Harder trailing. Harder tries to yank at Wood, who doesn't move. He's at his base. Got to get him down to his belly, unless you can cradle him. And Tully Wood finally gets up. Jaden Harder had to let him go and escape for Wood, and he leads 5-2 with 1:08 to go in the third period. Harder has to rally. He needs their neutral. A takedown would tie it. Their heads together. A little shoot there by Harder. Nothing happening. Wood shoots back. Harder shoots back. Trying to get underneath. Wood on top. Harder underneath. Wood trying to get behind him. Harder got away from it. Wood still has a grab around his left chest. Now trying to go underneath Harder. And it's a 3 for Tully Wood. Jaden Harder, just a subtle move, and Tully Wood was able to answer and get the 3-point takedown. And Tully Wood with an 8-2 lead with 20 seconds left in the third period. Luke Cleaver of Missouri Valley leading Mason Hauser of Riverside for third at 150 at 1-0. But Jaden Harder is going to come up a little bit short. Wood let him go. It's an escape with 3 seconds left. It doesn't matter now. It's 8-3. Harder dives in, but too little too late, and Wood is the winner. 8-3 at 157, and Jaden Harder finishes in second place. And we're taking a break. 165 up next. We're back in a minute on KS 95.
Since 1905, F&B Bank has been partnering with you to ensure the best banking experience. Still today, F&B Bank is committed to be the stable partner that agriculture communities rely on. F&B understands the commitment, risk, and sacrifice you make every day in your business and way of life. F&B believes customer service and a handshake is what builds strong partnership and is committed to that partnership in our communities. Give F&B a call. Better yet, stop in. They're here to help you achieve your goals. F&B Bank, Fontenelle, Anita, Greenfield, and Messina. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Who can you trust to treat you fair and get you back on the road? J.D. Wyman Service on Main Street in Griswold. Big repairs or general maintenance. Trust J.D. Wyman Service to get you on the road fairly. You're a certified auto do-it-yourselfer. You like the smell of grease, and that's why when it comes to parts, you buy them at Wyman's CarQuest on Main Street in Griswold. Because you care about what you put in your vehicles. Trust the tires, parts, and tools from Wyman's CarQuest in Griswold.
Still some tough matches to come here on KS 95, but Atlantic does not have any more in the championship round. And right now, Jacob McCargill of Shenandoah with a takedown on Jax Jensen of Winterset. McCargill ranked second in 2A, and Jensen ranked fifth in 2A. McCargill with the early takedown, and he leads 3-0. McCargill undefeated with a now record of 47-0. Although track wrestling says 45-0, but I think that is wrong. Jensen came in with a record of 21-1, and he's 3-0, so 24-1 for Jensen. And McCargill is just riding out Jensen right now. And Luke Cleaver is going to hold on for a win over Mason Hauser for third at 150. Cleaver is going to win it 1-0. And a tight one there. So Hauser finishes a solid fourth place for Riverside. Mason Hauser, a freshman, came in at 25-5. He was the 4 seed, and he finishes fourth. And now we got blood time in the championship match for Jensen. So while that's going on, and we'll have the third place match starting for 157 with Jackson Gordon for Riverside against Lane Stringer of ACGC. We'll step aside. We're back in a minute here in KS95.
Who can you
Union State Bank is a full-service bank established in 1890. We are a family-owned independent bank serving individuals, businesses, and farmers. With locations in Greenfield, Bridgewater, Corning, and Adair, Union State Bank offers competitive and personalized services. The courteous, helpful employees are there to help you with your every need. Union State Bank is an equal opportunity and housing lender and a member of the FDIC.
At the Seed Pros, we're more than just your local Pioneer seed dealer. We're a family operation helping you grow profitable success season after season.
My daddy sows chemical, soybeans, and corn.
That's right, Nora. From corn to soybeans to chemicals, we've got trusted Pioneer genetics and local knowledge to maximize profits.
And I get to ride in the tractor.
The Seed Pros, where the next generation is already in the field. Contact Mark Van Tiger, Gary Dinklin, Nick Knutson, or John Becker. We are with you from the word go.
Is the champ at 165. And Jackson Gordon finishes third in his match at 157 and wins by fall over Lane Stringer. Didn't get the time on that, but we'll get that to you when we get it. And Gavin Wetzel going for the championship of Southwest Valley. And that's just getting started now at 175. Wetzel against Austin Henderson of Wayne. Wetzel coming in the number 1 seed, ranked 10th at 165, but he's moved up in weight for this tournament at 175. And now the third place matches have finally caught the championship matches. Gordon's pin was at 157. No, they haven't caught each other. They haven't caught each other yet. Max Shano against Uriah Fry at 165. They're one behind. Wetzel against Henderson, still no score. And they're separate in the middle. Henderson from Wayne, 38-6. Wetzel, 36-7. 2 seniors. Wetzel a win over Derek Rosh of Nottoway Valley, 325. A win over Noah Cox of Mo Valley, 540. And then beat Laramie Stokes 2-0 in a tight semifinal. Wetzel trying to get the takedown Actually, it was Henderson picking him up, but they go out of bounds to the far side. Henderson, brief moment, had him up. Couldn't take him down all the way. And still no score. A three-point takedown for Uriah Fry in the third place match on Max Shano. Henderson and Wetzel going to the left, and again they go out of bounds. A lot of out of bounds so far. They're using all of that mat. But Henderson has been the aggressor right now. Now they're just eyeing each other. 25 seconds left of the first period. And they bunt foreheads, and then Henderson gives Wetzel a love tap. Another love tap. Wetzel slaps back at him. Now they separate. Looks like Henderson is trying to get in Wetzel's head, almost literally. There's tied up a little bit. There's a little separation. And now they're done with the first period. Just kind of eyeing each other at the end of that period, daring the other to make a move. No score, and Henderson will start down, Wetzel up in the second period. Wetzel picks him up, doesn't rip him down. Henderson stops it. Henderson trying to scramble. He's still on his feet. Wetzel has to let him go. Didn't want to get a stall, and it's 1-0 Henderson with the lead. Fry still leading Shano 3-0 for third at 165. Wetzel going up against Henderson at 175. Up next is Snyder of Centerville. Brian Snyder has been dominant so far at 190, and he's going up against undefeated Caleb Christensen of Nottoway Valley. Henderson rips down Wetzel for three. And Henderson takes a 4-0 lead. Gavin Wetzel, Southwest Valley would love to have a champion at their home meet, but Wetzel will have to come from behind to do it. Austin Henderson ranked 11th in 1A. Wetzel ranked 10th in 1A. But Henderson has been the aggressor so far in this match. They're going to go out of bounds to the near right. 46 seconds left of the second period. Henderson leads 4-0. And so they go back to the center. And Wetzel still down. He fires out. He's on his feet. Henderson's got to get him back down. He can't trip him. Wetzel holds on. Henderson grabs a leg. They go out of bounds on the top. Oh, Wetzel stays in bounds. He's still on his feet. Henderson got to let him go. That's an escape for Wetzel. He's on the board. 25 seconds left of the period. 4-1 Henderson. But Wetzel back in it. Henderson another love tap. Time running out. Wetzel shoots. And they'll go shoving. And Wetzel trips over by where some folks are sitting outside the mat, some photographers. They didn't think to get that close to the match. 4-1. And time running down in the second period. So we go to the third. Henderson will lead it 4-1. They were making an announcement that for people to clear out of the way. So Wetzel will start down here in the third period. He shoots out immediately out of a gun. Henderson, they go running to the top of the mat, and Henderson yanks him back down, and they go out of bounds. So they'll go back to the middle, and Henderson still on top, and still on top, 4-1. Wetzel again fires out. He's standing up. Henderson trying to pick him up. Wetzel denied that. He's still standing up. Henderson's got to let him go. He does, and it's now 4-2. Henderson just could not keep him down. So at 1 point does Wetzel make a move. 1:30 to go in the match. Gavin Wetzel trails 4-2. Wetzel looked. At 1 point, Wetzel's going to have to make a move. Is Henderson going to be ready and answer? Or can Wetzel find a way to get a takedown and take the lead? Wetzel continues to kind of look for an opening. Wetzel tried to yank at him, and Henderson barely moved. Wetzel again tried to get behind him. But Henderson, again, Wetzel makes a move, and again, Henderson denies. Under a minute to go. They're in the middle, right in the middle, dead middle. 4-2, Wetzel trails. 45 seconds left. Again, Wetzel scrambled to go low, and again, Henderson defends. Again, Wetzel shot, and again, Henderson didn't even blink. At 1 point, does Henderson get called for the stall? Wetzel has been the aggressor now. 30 seconds left. Henderson contends, and he shoves him away. Wetzel has to make a move, down to 22 seconds left. Wetzel trying to back him up. A stall. 1 point awarded to Wetzel. And now Henderson has to make something. 12 seconds left. It's 4-3. Wetzel shoots. Defending. If they get another stall and Henderson, we're tied. 4 seconds left. Wetzel shoving to go to the left, and it's over. Henderson stalled to the end. He lost a point, but he had a 2 point lead, and Henderson wins it 4-3. 190 up next. Back in a minute on KS 95.
Southwest Iowa's.
At the Seed Pros, we're more than just your local Pioneer seed dealer. We're a family operation helping you grow profitable success season after season.
My daddy sold chemical, soybeans, and corn.
That's right, Nora. From corn to soybeans to chemicals, we've got trusted Pioneer genetics and local knowledge to maximize profits.
And I get to ride in the tractor.
The Seed Pros, where the next generation is already in the field. Contact Mark Van Tiger, Gary Dinklin, Nick Knutson, or John Becker. We are with you from the word go.
Remembering whether it's a home or away game, getting the right kid to the right playing field on the right day. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with auto owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. We work with independent agents who keep insurance simple so you can worry about more important things, like not being that fan.
Oh, come on, Ref.
That's simple human sense.
Call Community Insurance in Audubon today at 712-563-4422 or stop by at 422 Tracy Street in Audubon.
Of Nottoway Valley used the chicken wing and battled Brian Snyder of Centerville and won it in 40 seconds. Snyder was the number 1 seed, ranked 8th. Christensen, the number 2 seed, ranked 7th. And guess what? It wasn't even close. Snyder had won in 18, won in 22 seconds, won in 53 seconds. And Christensen beat him in 40 seconds. And Caleb Christensen stays undefeated with a record of 42-0. That was his dominant performance as we've seen in this tournament. Against a hot wrestler from Centerville and Snyder. Unbelievable. So we're on to 2:15, and Carter Richter of ACGC against Wyatt Bell of Riverside, who's had a great tournament. But he's up against a tough one, number 8 ranked Carter Richter of ACGC. And Richter gets him for a takedown to take a 3-0 lead. Meanwhile, I think the Uriah Fry defeated Max Shano, 6-2. So Fry wins third place at 165. So they're now up to 175. Hicks and Pettigrew of Creston against Tyler Babe of Shenandoah. So the third place matches are a little behind. Richter gives up the escape, and Bell stands up, and it's 3-1. Richter for the lead for ACGC. Richter has also been dominant, but he won a tight one over Traven Thomas of Atlantic and won it 11-8 in the semifinals. Richter had won by 2 falls earlier on, 32 seconds, 52 seconds. Bell had beat Clay Rash of Nottoway Valley by fall in 30 seconds, then won by fall over Langdon Fuller in 2:58, and then upset 2-seeded Jason Morrow of Centerville 9-8. At one point, it looked like Bell had won by fall, but they waved off the fall, and eventually a escape by Bell in the third period right near, about 10 seconds left, and he gets the win. And so now we go to the second period here, and Richter leads it 3-1. Richter I guess it was his choice, and he will choose down. And Bell will be up. Just one more championship to come, and Ashton Hunnell trying to stay undefeated. And he goes against number 2-seeded Gunnar Martwick of Creston. And right now, Richter, they're head to toe and toe to head. And Richter trying to turn around on Bell. And he reverses him. So Carter Richter gets the reversal, and he takes a 5-1 lead. Babe of Shenandoah leads Jackson Pettigrew 3-0. For third, that's at 175. Couple of weights behind. Richter trying to turn Bell over. Bell does a little flop. Now a jump, but it's over. A pin for Carter Richter and a championship at 2:15 as he wins at 2:46. Boy, I tell you one thing, though, a courageous effort by Wyatt Bell of Riverside. He definitely showed a lot of courage and heart. And while Richter wins the title, Wyatt Bell is nothing to be ashamed about. He wrestled his heart out these 2 days. We'll have to talk to Kate. We'll have to maybe talk to Wyatt Bell, talk to Casey Conover of Riverside about Bell, because he was awesome. And now we go to heavyweight, and Ashton Hunnell of Nottoway Valley against Gunnar Martwick. This could, I don't know how long this will last. We'll see. Atlantic, by the way, 2:24.5. Riverside second at 2:09. And Atlantic is going to go back-to-back as John J. Harris champs. And Martwick trying to be aggressive. Hunnell just let him go, and then Hunnell shoots and takes him down. It's as easy as that. Martwick was showing a lot of stuff, and Hunnell pretty much ignored it. Then he lets up Martwick. Ashton Hunnell has not lost since January of 2024. And he takes him down and lets him up again, and it shoves him out of bounds. And it's 6-2, Hunnell with the lead. Martwick just, you never know when this is going to end for Ashton Hunnell. It may not. He's already going to Northern Iowa. He shoots in again, grabs him and takes him down again, and lets him up again. 9-3. Martwick waiting. He stands up. Hunnell shoots. Martwick defends. Martwick goes for something. Hunnell just scoots in behind him. And it's now 12-3. Hunnell can power you, and he can outquick you. Donovan Hedrington just won, I think by fall, in whatever seconds. Hedrington for Atlantic was the winner there. And so he wins for third place at 190. That just adds to Atlantic's point total. The fall was at 125. Hunnell leads 15-4. 35 seconds left of the first period. And now it is Traven Thomas of Atlantic going up against Jason Morrow for third at 2:15. We're winding down our coverage here on KS95. Hunnell has Martwick on his back and getting near fall points. Going to try and get the pin He gets 4, and that'll do it. 19-4, Tech Fall. Ashton Hunold with the win in the first period, and he's the champ at 285. And all that's left are third-place matches at 215 and 285. Traven Thomas against Jason Morrow, and then Oliver Dykes of Red Oak against Jack Sheeter of ACGC, and then our Harris tournament is complete. And we're back in 2 minutes to wrap this one up here on KS95.
Where will you be in 2?
Since 1952, the family-owned Mertz Welding has provided quality welding and fabrication in Carson. They specialize in rebuilding and remanufacturing everything from light to heavy equipment with a variety of machines and welders. There isn't a job Mertz Welding can't handle. For more information, stop in at the shop in the west end of Broadway in Carson, or give them a call at 712-484-3821. Mertz Welding is a proud sponsor of Riverside Athletics.
According to the mission statement for Conductix Wampler, they are a leading global provider of energy and data transmission solutions to keep their customers' vital business moving. Basically, they care about the health and well-being of their employees, clients, and the community. Their goal is to do zero harm to the environment, and they understand that as a company, they are only as good as the people they have working for them. Conductix Wampler is a proud supporter of all area students and the community.
Championship presentations. That will be on our video at YouTube and on our Western Iowa Today TV channel. We'll just leave the video running for the championship while we go down and interview some of the champions. But what a tournament for Atlantic. They didn't come away with many champs. But Keaton Schrader at 120 pounds was a winner. Braxton Haas at 132 for Atlantic. The two champs for the Trojans, but they're going to walk away with the championship back-to-back for the Trojans this year as they win it. They have 228.5 points, well ahead of Riverside with 209, and Atlantic will be the team champs here at the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament. Of course, our video will be available on our YouTube channel. Make sure you like and subscribe. And I want to thank Michael Scherf back in the plush KS95 studios for his work throughout the day. For Jack McKee, this is Chris Varney signing off from the John J. Harris Wrestling Tournament. Atlantic, the team champion here in Southwest Valley High School. Good night, everybody, from Corning, Iowa on KS95.
Gold demand is skyrocketing.
Trant winning 1-0 here. 1:37 to go. We'll just keep the mic on, and we're going to go downstairs and get some interviews. And Congratulations to Atlantic, a big win here.
Fifth place, Golden Herring of Riverside, Oakland. Fourth place, Fisher Graves of Florinda. Third place, Josh Nelson of Nottoway Valley. Second place, Dave Hanhorn of Atlantic. Harwell of Southwest Valley. And in first place, Sebastian Brooks of Winterset.
Make sure to please turn both ways, too, guys. Parents on both sides of the picture.
Starting in sixth place, Hoyt Mendenhall of Southwest Valley. Fifth place, Max Danker of Riverside Oakland. Fourth place, Grant Gould of Bedford. Third place, Chase Slaybaugh of the Dedication Guthrie Center. In second place, Ryan Kibbers of Winterset. And in first place, Keaton Schroeder of Atlantic. In sixth place, Cade Harlan of Winterset. In fifth place, Triton Thomas of Centerville. In fourth place, Owen Becerra of Missouri Valley. In third place, Colin Harris of Atlantic. In second place, Kylan Parsons of Creston. And the champion, Kingston Carrington of Riverside Oakland. Carter Hart of Centerville. Fifth place, Bryson Martin of Mount Air. Fourth place, Jeff Christensen of Nottoway Valley. In third place, Rex Shannon of Riverside Oakland. Second place, Judah Kerwell of Winterset. And your champion in first place, Braxton Hass of Atlantic. place